All the races completed. So we're continuing, if you have a program, and I hope you do, we're continuing on with race 15 in your programs. So the Supersport Cup and Superbike Cup. And then that will follow with race 16, Moto 3, Lightweight Supersport and Supersport 300s. We will then continue with today's program. Race 1, Super Twins, Production Twins and the pre-injection machines. But for now, it is the Supersport Cup and the Superbike Cup will be out in their warm-up lap very soon. I think that's everybody in. It is indeed. So we'll be getting ready to go here very shortly. So the flag is waved, the whistle is blown. And the machines, the tire warmers, are coming off. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we are streaming this live on our YouTube channel. So if you're watching, welcome. If you're here and watching as well, welcome. If you're at another part of the track, you can tune in and just see a wee bit of the action here. So live timing, live commentary, and you can watch some good footage from yesterday's racing too. So tune in, Commentary Corner 72 on YouTube, and the links are on our social media pages. If you nip onto Facebook, you get the link from today's post. But the machines are out on track then, the Supersport machines and the Superbike machines. This is the Cup class. So Michael Press on pole for this one. Yesterday's race, he just couldn't. He was struggling to get that BMW off the line. And Almantas Monteves took the spoils. But again, Michael, he comes really, really good. He's really quick in the later parts of the race, which is absolutely ideal if it's a 30-lap race or 28 or 30-lap race. But this is a 7-lapper, and you have to be on it straight away. So I think Michael was giving a wee pep talk last night. Tom Oliver's helping him out this weekend. It's great to see Tom here. Good to have a good chat with him. A lengthy chat last night. And of course, we wish Tom all the best in his recovery. But he's helping out Michael. And fingers crossed he can get that machine off the line. Romantis Monteves lines up in second. Dean Graham had a good day yesterday, absolutely flying. He lines up in third. Fourth is Owen McGlynn. Cathal Gallagher in fifth. Sixth, Loris Britton. Seventh, Richie Hyland. Eighth is Dwayne McCoy. Ninth, Gary Jordan. 10th, Alan Armstrong. 11th for Robert Toner. Andy Mack lines up in 12th. 13th, Ciara Gahoon. I think Ciara's actually sitting this one out after a bad spill yesterday. So she's just feeling a wee bit stiff, her shoulders a wee bit sore. She's sitting this one out then. Andy McRae lines up 14th, 15th Patrick Nee, 16th is Cian Bell, 17th Curtin Bell, 18th Jamie Sloan, 19th for Barry Gosling, and 20th for Rhys Williamson. The Loris Britton there. The TH racing machine, the Trevor Harvison racing machine, the CBR 600 Honda. Joey Thompson was riding his bike, Trevor's machines at Tandergee, and the lovely colour scheme there, the Darren Lindsay colour scheme that they had. It's great to see that colour scheme back on track again. So everyone behaving themselves in their correct positions here for this one. So the first race of the day, Supersport Cup, Superbike Cup. The green flag is waved. They're told to watch the lights. On away they go. Look at Andy Mack. Wow, what a start for Andy Mack. Away like a rocket on the Suzuki. Barry Sheen replica in through turn one. Barry Sheen replica in through turn one. It Looks like they're all through safely. So turn one, there's nothing like turn one. You've got 30 odd machines trying to squeeze themselves into the one corner, into the one apex. They're like a swarm of bees going through there on the first lap. Go up through the hairpin. In through the chicane. It actually looked like, I think it was maybe, was it Cathal Gallagher who got a real start there in that one? He got away pretty clean by the looks of it, but Andy Mack got an absolute belter. Oh, all moving. Is that Dean Graham? Dean Graham squeezing himself up the inside there once again. Oh. And it's all argy-bargy here through Ringawati. Couple of machines just struggling to get stopped there, but it looks like Almontes Monteves in the lead this one once again. He wants to ditto what he done yesterday. Dean Graham, he's got to struggle. Look at the speed of that BMW and Michael Press going through. Can he get the thing stopped? Dean Graham trying to go up the inside. Michael Press through turn one. Wow. So Almontes Monteves in the lead. Dean Graham. Michael Press just got him before turn one. Richie Hyland in fourth. Fifth is Cathal Gallagher. Sixth, Lawrence Britton. Seventh, Dwayne McCoy. Eighth, Owen McGlynn. Ninth is Gary Jordan. Andrew McRae in 10th. 11th, Robert Toner. Alan Armstrong in 12th. 13th, Patrick Nee. Cian Bell across the line in 14th. 15th for Andy Mack after such a fantastic start there. He's dropped way down the order. 16th for Samuel Craig. Barry Gasson in 17th, 18th Jamie Sloan, 19th is Chris Simpson, and 20th Adam Rogers. So here come the leaders once again. It looks like Almontes Monteves is just slipping away here. So Michael Press, he's struggling through this twisty section, this very fast twisty section up towards Dunsfort. Dean Graham is right on him here. So the battle for second place. Well and truly on Dean in the slipstream. Look at the drag. Dean Graham gets on that 600. But Cathal Gallagher's looking away around the outside of Dean Graham. Dean Graham doesn't want to let these cars go. He has to remember that he's down. He's losing about 100 horsepower compared to these Superbike machines. But of course it's a lighter machine, a lot more agile, a lot more easier to get stopped. So Dean, he just has to stand there on its end and try and do his best against these Superbike machines. But Monteves continuing to pull away. The gap last time was 3.3 seconds. Almontes Monteves with a 1:14.0. Michael Press a 1:15.3. Dean Graham a 1:15.6. But Cathal Gallagher a 1:15.4. Absolutely nothing in it there. So Almontes Monteves continuing to pull away. And this group behind just continues to get bigger. So Cathal Gallagher still ahead of Dean Graham. Dean Graham gets the far on nice and early. Almontes across the line. Michael Press just tipping the limiter there. Cathal Graham up into third place. Owen McGlynn as well. So Owen McGlynn has got the better of Richard Hyland in that one. Lawrence Britton hanging on in there in seventh. Andy Mack away through. Barry Gasson just in behind Andy Mack. He's in the slipstream. He's in the slipstream of Cian Bell and McAllister. He's got the double slipstream in through turn one. The leaders already in through the first chicane. Almontes Monteves between fairways now as we look to see Gallagher still ahead of Dean Graham. He is indeed. He's just starting to pull away. He's starting to get into the rhythm now. And Dean Graham's going to be under an awful lot of pressure here very soon. So Owen McGlynn is on a charge. He got the better of Richard Hyland on the last lap. So if you get in the slipstream, you'll not need much of a slipstream there through for Dean Graham. He's on that R6 Yamaha machine. He moves over to the left-hand side. So Owen McGlynn. Oh, Dean Graham cuts the nose off him into turn 1. On the limiter there. I think that was Samuel Craig, it wasn't me. Just trying to get gears in through that motorcycle. Barry Dawson still in behind Shane Bell and Andy Mack in that group. Chris Simpson up into 18th now. As his personal best, 1:18.9. Adam Rogers in behind, so he got the better of Rogers on that last lap. Michael Press with the fastest lap this time, a 1:13.6. So Press has woken up. It's just a matter of time. Almantas Montevez, that last lap, a 1:14.0. Michael Press, a 1:13.6. The gap is down to 2.3 seconds on that last lap. Let's see if he can regain some time, if he can claw that back. He'll need a bungee rope for Almantas here. Across the line. It's still 2.2 seconds. So he's just a 1:14.0. Almantas with a 1:14.03. Michael Press maybe with a bit of a mistake that time round. So a call for the Moto 3 lightweight Supersport 300 and the Super Mono machines to the holding area. Owen McGlynn up on the spot there. He got the better of Dean Graham up in the 4th place on that R6 Yamaha. Ian look towards the chicane. The gap is closed right up now. Michael Press is on a charge. He hasn't got an awful lot of time left. But by the looks of it, he comes in really deep in through fairways too, but he's able to pull it back to the apex in through Ringawati, so he's right on the tail end of Almantas Montevez. But of course, it's one thing catching a rider in front, it's another getting past him, and if he shows the front wheel a wee bit too early, Almantas will start biting the screen, and he could end up pulling away. Michael Press with the fastest lap once again, a 1:13.048. A 1:14.6. The gap is now 0.6 of a second on the last lap. What can Michael Press do this time round? Gary Jordan away through, still tucked in behind Dwayne McCoy in 9th place. Gary Jordan sitting in that 10th. Robert Toner up into 11th now. The leaders now. What can be done on this last lap? They're coming up to slower riders now. Michael Press is in the slipstream of Almantas Montevez, but the slower rider in front. Michael Press up the inside of Almantas and the slower rider in through fairways too, heading for Ringawati. So it's Michael Press is in the lead in this race, but Almantas is not giving up in this one. As they head towards Dunsford, top half of the track. Again, slower rider just ahead. Michael Press squeezes himself between the curb and the slower rider and give him an advantage, but he runs wide on the start and finish. Almantas in the slipstream, but it's Michael Press who takes the win from Almantas Montevez. What a race, what a last lap that was. And Cathal Graham taking the last step of the podium in 3rd. Owen McGlynn in 4th. 5th was Dean James. 6th was Richie Hyland. 7th, Alan Armstrong. 8th, Andrew McCrae. 9th, Dwayne McCoy. And across the line in 10th was Gary Jordan. Robert Toner made his way up to 11th. And the battle continues then for 12th place. But it's Patrick Nee who takes it from Andy McAllister, Samuel Craig, Barry Gasson in 15th. 16th is Cian Bell. 17th, Chris Simpson. 18th, Adam Rogers. 19th, Jamie Sloan. And the top 20 is Carlton Bell. What a start to the day that was. Amazing race. And there's plenty more to come. Just a wee reminder, ladies and gentlemen, no under 18s allowed in pit lane. So no under 18s allowed in pit lane, of course, unless of course you're racing and it's your class going out on track. So I'll catch my breath back of the Moto 3s and the lightweight Supersport 300 and Super Mono machines if the remainder of you want to make your way to the holding area as quickly as you can, and you'll be out on track any minute. Are away out onto the track for their second lap. So Rossi Dobson in the Moto3 class on pole from Alfie Flynn. Alfie Flynn, a difficult qualifying session yesterday morning, but he was able to bring it back in the race. He lost his chain actually in the qualifying. I think it was on the first lap. Gary Jordan lines up in third. Fourth for Matty Davison. Fifth for William Graham. Sixth for Ciara Cahoon. Again, don't think we'll be competing in this today. Seventh and first of the lightweight Supersport, Reuben Sherman Boyd. So Reuben Sherman Boyd on his way to matching the youngest ever rider to have the most amount of short circuit wins. At the minute, he's on 99. The only man who has done more is Alan Irwin. So Alan Irwin with 100 wins, 100 short circuit wins by the time I think he was 26. But for the 17-year-old Reuben Sherman Boyd already on 99, if he can get 100, he matches the legend that is Alan Irwin. And of course, he's got another race to go today, another couple. So he could end up with 102 today if all things go well for him. Hubert Tomaszewski lines up behind. Carl Clancy on the 250. Then we have Buster Sherman Boyd in 10th. He's 3rd of the 400s. 4th is Dale Hyland. Then we have Johnny Parker, Marley Brown, Angela Craig, and Billy Dobson. So Angela just adjusts herself. I think that's a lovely NSR 250 there. But here we go then. The green flag is waved. The Moto 3s get ready. Watch the lights. And away they go. A long wait there for the lights. What a great start from Matty Davison and Rossi Dodson. Lightweight Supersport. Oh, that was a keen start there for you couldn't have got a much better start there. That was a cracker start there for Carl Clancy. So he's away on the 250. Just here and there, it wasn't just clutch drag for Carl Clancy. Unfortunately, he has got a jump start penalty. So that'll be put on our screens and adjusted. But here we go, Moto 3s then. Rossi Dobson in the lead. Alfie Flynn right with him this time. So Alfie getting off the line that wee bit better. And he's, Alfie Flynn trying to go up the inside of Dunsport. But Rossi with the right leg and a wee bit more corner speed in the entrance. But Alfie getting really good drive in the slipstream of Rossi Dobson. And of course, Alfie just being that wee bit lighter. He opts for the outside line, but Rossi cuts over the front of him. Lightweight Supersport then. Reuben Sherman Boyd has already caught on to the back of William Graham. Hubert Tomaszewski in 2nd, and then we have Carl Clancy in through there. Dale Hyland, he's 3rd on Lightweight Supersport from Buster Sherman Boyd. 5th is Billy Dobson. 6th is Johnny Parker, and 7th is Marley Brown. So back to the Moto 3s. Has Alfie been able to get the better of Rossi? He hasn't, but he's still right with him. Absolutely flat out between fairways. Alfie's on the brakes, squeezes up the inside of Rossi Dobson. Rossi has no other option but to sit up, and he stays with him through Ringawati. A couple of bike lengths now between Alfie and Rossi as they head in towards Dunsport. So Rossi is going to get the drive out of Dunsport. He has to get in the slipstream of Alfie. Alfie's on that wee machine. It's like a fly on an elephant's back as he gets tucked into the paintwork of that Moto 3. Rossi Dobson in the slipstream, and he can't get any closer. So Alfie with the advantage through turn 1, and he holds on to that lead. Lightweight Supersport then. Reuben Sherman Boyd is already away. Reuben Sherman Boyd with the fastest lap of 1:17.4. Alfie Flynn a 1:17.6. And Rossi Dobson a 1:18.0. So the times are very, very close there. Gary Jordan, he's 3rd in the Moto 3 race. Hubert Tomaszewski, so he's up in the 5th overall in correct time. He's still holding on to that 2nd place in the Lightweight Supersport. 3rd for Dale Hyland. Buster Sherman Boyd still in 4th. Moto 3, it's Alfie Flynn in the lead from Rossi Dobson. And still in the lead from Rossi and pulling away ever so slightly. But Rossi just gains a wee bit back on the brakes. I thought he was going to try and make a move there through Ringawati. That would have been a brave move indeed, coming from way back. Gary Jordan still in that 3rd place. Matt Davison in 4th. 5th is William Graham. As we come back down towards us, Alfie using a bit more of the track. Rossi a wee bit closer this time. He's able to get right in the slipstream. Rossi moves over to the left-hand side, thinking about a move up the inside through turn 1, but still Alfie Flynn. Rossi moving a wee bit wide there to get himself lined up for turn 2. And a whole gaggle of machines coming down here. That's Buster Sherman Boyd. William Graham in the slipstream of that Supersport machine. William Graham moves over to the left. and makes short work out of it. 2 into 1, has he? He has indeed. So William Graham back up another couple of spaces. But Rossi Dobson with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:17.1 as we look back down towards the chicane. Between fairways, it's still Alfie Flynn in the lead. Rossi Dobson still pushing hard. Look how much he closes up on the brakes through the chicane. Is he lining something up for Ringawati later on in this race? Is he just waiting in behind? But he's definitely got the pace through the chicane, and Ringawati down round the fast section, the back section of the track. Alfie Flynn starts to pull away from Rossi. But again, Rossi's in a good position here. Losing a wee bit of drive. Alfie Flynn, he just becomes part of the paintwork on that machine. Oh, Reuben Sherman Boyd on Gary Jordan. So Reuben Sherman Boyd using the slipstream of Gary Jordan there. There was no need for it, but he blast past him, a 1:16.6 for Reuben Sherman Boyd. Great battle further back, Buster Sherman Boyd. That was Dale Hyland getting the better of him in the slipstream across the line. Look back towards the Moto 3s. They are absolutely neck and neck in through the chicane. It's still Flynn from Dobson. Dobson closer than he ever was. I think this is the time. This is where he's going to line it up. On the brakes then. Oh, Rossi closes up a wee bit, but he stays tucked in behind him. He tries to make a move round the outside. No, he thinks better of it. Still a wee bit of time left. So the Super Twins, Production Twins, and the Prain Jackson machines up next then. You want to make your way to the holding area. The Moto 3 leaders come back down towards us. Rossi in the slipstream. And he's right on the back wheel of Alfie, moves over to the left-hand side. This has to be a move up the inside, surely this time. No, Alfie closes the door, and he sees Rossi Dobson closed in. Bummy Bird's getting very, very nervous down here. I think we all biting our nails. Matt Davis in a way through. He's holding on to that 4th place in the Moto 3. Hubert Tomaszewski still second, tucked in behind Matty Davison. Dale Hyland still holding off Buster Sherman Boyd. And that's for the last set of the podium in the lightweight Supersport. 5th place Billy Dobson away through there in the lightweight Supersport. Then we have Johnny Parker in 6th, and 7th Marty Brown still holding them off. Through fairways once again. Rossi is closer than there ever was. Up the inside, Rossi Dobson on Alfie Flynn. Through the chicane. But does he run too wide? Has he lost it through Ringawati? Oh, ever so slightly. Alfie Flynn gains a wee bit more ground back on Rossi Dobson. But he's got the advantage down the straight. The last lap flag is being readied here. Back out on the start and finish straight. Alfie's a wee bit further away. But has he got the speed advantage? Look at the ground that he's reeling in, Rossi. Rossi moving over the left, moving over to the right. Trying to keep Alfie Flynn at bay. Rossi Dobson with the fastest lap again, a 1:16.2. Reuben Sherman Boyd across the line, a 1:16.5. And Alfie Flynn with a 1:16.8. Gary Jordan across the line, a great 3rd place there so far for Gary Jordan. Matty Davison having a good battle there. Hubert Tomaszewski still ahead of him. There's Dale Hyland. Oh, Bailey Dobson is on the charge now, so Buster Sherman Boyd is going to be under a wee bit of pressure on this last lap. Bailey Dobson, he has to try something to get the better of Buster pretty soon. Rossi Dobson continuing to pull away from Alfie Flynn, but Alfie a wee bit deeper on the brakes this time for Alfie. He's just lost a wee bit of the drive. So Rossi Dobson, will he go defensive through the last corner? Will this allow Alfie Flynn to close that gap even further? But Dobson with the elbow down, getting the power on nice and early, coming on to the start and finish straight. It looks like it's done, and it is done. Rossi Dobson taking the win from Alfie Flynn. What a race for these pair. And Reuben Sherman Boyd matching the 100 wins from Alan Irwin as he crosses the line. Gary Jordan across the line then. He finishes third in the Moto 3s. He just rolls it off down the straight. Hubert Tomaszewski. Second for Hubert Tomaszewski in the lightweight Supersport. Matty Davison fourth in the Moto 3. Oh, and it was Buster Sherman Boyd on the last lap who got the better of Dale Hyland. And Billy Dobson sitting back in 8th place, watching it all. He was 5th of the lightweight Supersport. William Graham across the line, 5th in the Moto 3 class. Carl Clancy still ahead on the 250s with that time penalty, of course. So Angela Craig across the line. Johnny Parker finishing 6th over Marley Brown in 7th. What another great race here. And that's yesterday evening's racing. Remember, that was race 16 in your programme from yesterday. So we're moving on to today's programme in the order that you see it. So Super Twins, Production Twins and the pre-injection machines are in the holding area, ready to go. Three presentation taken the lowest here. Christian Algan for this Super Twin, Production Twin and pre-injection race. Christian Algan on pole from Kyle Cross in second. Dean McMaster in third. Fourth is Ross Moore. Fifth and first of the pre-injection machines, Conor McDonald. Sixth is Stephen Love. Seventh lines up Johnny Irwin. Third of the pre-injection machines. 8th is Keelan Smith. 9th is Graham McAleese. 10th lines up Lewis Patterson. 11th and first of the Production Twins, is Alexander Rowan. He's on the McKillop racing machine. Richard Armstrong in 12th, 13th. And is Robert Waddell. 14th, Stephen McCune. 15th, Harry McAleese. 16th, Zoe Patterson. 17th, Dwayne McCoy. 18th, Ocean Walsh. 19th is Johnny Davey. And 20th is Kyle Martin. So all lined up. Bit of a depleted grid for this one. So a few casualties, no doubt. A few issues, a few bugs to iron out some of the machines, but here we go. They're told to watch the lights. Oh, and away they go. Oh, no. Oh, Stephen McCune. That was Conor McDonald. Just couldn't get that machine off the line. Kangaroo juice for McDonald. Conor eventually got it going. Stephen McCune actually nearly, luckily, didn't hit him as he was going off the line. So just an announcement for Roy Bickerstaff. Can Roy Bickerstaff please come to the start and finish? It's Roy Bickerstaff, please come to the start and finish. So machines through the chicane. Have a look. So it is. It's Christian Elkin. So Elgie in the lead. This one. McMaster in second. Just seeing there the battle for third place then. I'm not sure whether that was Ross Moore or not. Coming through Dunsford then. Out on the start and finish. Dean McMaster in the slipstream of Christian Elgin. The number 8 machine getting chased with the 2-1-2. Oh, it was Stephen Love. Kyle Cross tried to squeeze up the inside of Stephen Love through the ring of wadding. Stephen Love closed the door on that Crane Jackson 600 machine. So Kyle Cross third in the Super Twins. Stephen Love leading the Crane Jackson. Ross Moore, fourth in the Super Twin. Johnny Irwin lying in second in the Crane Jackson machines. Third in the Crane Jackson is Conor McDonald. So he's got a wee bit of work to do to climb the ladder after that woeful start. Richard Armstrong, fourth. First of the production machines is Alexander Rowan from Stephen McCune. Third place, Kyle Martin. Fourth is Ocean Walsh. Then we have, to go down, fifth, John Martin. David Scott is sixth. And seventh is Jack Finlay. So the Super Twins, Christian Elgin through the chicane. Oh, Kyle Cross around the outside and then up the inside of Stephen Love. So Kyle Cross now up in the third place on the road through Dunsford as they all bunch back up. But here's Christian Elgin. So Elgin across the line. Dean McMaster still with him. The gap is now up to 0.8 of a second. Kyle Cross up in the third place there. Stephen Love, he's got his own race to think about. Don't forget, someone running away wide there. Not sure who that was. That possibly Ross Moore in through turn one has run way wide, and that's allowed Stephen Love to nip back up the inside. Darvin away through there on the SP 650. Christian Elgin continues to pull away now from Dean McMaster. Kyle Cross through on Stephen Love. It was Stephen Love that went wide through turn one. And Ross Moore now right on the coattails of Kyle Cross. Through Fairways, through Ringawadi. And a good battle going on further back too. Retirement in the pit lane here, but there's Christian Elgin again with the fastest lap. A 111.8, Dean McMaster, 112.7. Look at Ross Moore. Look at the speed of Ross Moore's machine on Kyle Cross. He's in the slipstream. Is he going to think about a move through turn one? No. He does the sensible thing. He stays behind him. And further back, Johnny Irwin ahead of that group of Conor McDonald and Graham McAleese. Conor McDonald dicing his way through. Got the better of Graham McAleese on that last lap. The number 105 machine up into 7th place, but he's third of the Crane Jackson machines. Still leading the production twins, Alexander Rowan, and he's got a bit of a gap back to Steve McHugh now. Not an awful lot. 0.6 of a second of a lead over Stephen McHugh in second place. Kyle Martin still holding on to that third. Ocean was 1.7 seconds further back on Kyle Martin. So the leaders already up at Dunsport. No hanging about here for Chris and Ogden. Next race up, the classic machines if you can make your way to the holding area. So through goes Elke. Dean McMaster, he's in a lonely second place, but the battle's on for third. Kyle Cross still under pressure from Ross Moore. Ross getting tucked into the back end there of Kyle Cross, and he just stays behind him, so he's maybe fishing, he's maybe thinking about a move from the last lap here. Stephen McHugh still in that second. Alexander Rowan under a wee bit of pressure now, so that gap. See Alexander Rowan, Stephen McHugh only 0.7 seconds back on Alexander Rowan. So McHugh is looking for this win. Chris Noggan with the fastest lap there once again. Look back through fairways too. Dean McMaster definitely settling for this second place. Through Ringawati goes Chris Noggan. Through goes Dean McMaster, and these pair, Kyle Cross and Ross Moore, are still at it neck and neck. Ross Moore has to get the drive down the straight. He's waiting for that last lap flag. And so's Chris Elgin. Chris Elgin just looking over, come on, put the flag out. Dean McMaster away through. Chris Elgin, that last lap was a 112.0. His best lap was a 111.7. Dean McMaster, a 112.7. Kyle Cross with the 112.5, that's his fastest lap yet. Ross Moore just tailing off that wee bit with a 112.6. 100th of a second slower than his best lap. But is he just sitting back? Is he waiting to pounce in this one? Look, the production twins then still Alexander Rowan, but the gap is down. It's still there at 0.4 of a second. Oh, see someone in the distance running way wide. They're going through into the hairpin. Back, Chris Ogden dicing his way through the slower riders now. Coming up the back markers this time. Dean McMaster. They're actually catching, so Kyle Cross and Ross Moore are actually catching Dean McMaster. McMaster's last lap was a 113.0. Kyle Cross's last lap was a 112.5. So he's got half a second a lap quicker than Dean McMaster. And coming up to the slower riders, unless he can get past before the first corner, this could help out Kyle Cross and Ross Moore. So the battle for second might still be on. Look back for the production twins then. The Crane Jackson machine, Stephen Love. That's Johnny Irwin just away through there in second place. We wait for Alexander Rowan. Still ahead of Stephen McHugh, but only just. And Stephen McHugh continues to close him down, and the gap is now down to 0.5 a second. So that's just maintaining from the last. Surely Alexander Rowan, he knows McHugh is there, he knows he's waiting. Last lap flag being ready then in this one. Christian Alkin continues to dice his way through the field. And look at the gap now. So they're right on Dean McMaster. Only a few bank lengths. And surely on this, coming up to this last lap, Kyle Cross is going to be right on top of Dean McMaster, but Ross Moore is going to have to work with Kyle Cross and not slow each other up. They've got half a lap before Ross Moore makes a move, I think. Way through the go, the gap back from Dean McMaster to Kyle Cross is only 0.8 of a second now. Ross Moore is 0.3 back on Kyle Cross. So if they can't reel Dean McMaster in, Ross Moore, he has to pounce, he has to make a move. Going into the last corner. Production twins then. Alexander Rowan still ahead of Stephen McHugh, but only just. You can see the different wrist movements there. So Alexander Rowan using his whole elbow. Steve McCune just twitching his wrist. Of course, no quick shifters on these machines. Absolutely bog standard. You don't need to shut off the throttle completely on one of these machines. It's just ever so slight. Drop the revs to change gear. Oh, Kyle Cross. That's not Dean McMaster. It is Dean McMaster. Kyle Cross is up in the second place, but they're coming up the slower riders now, and he has to break through Ring of Waddy. So the checkered flag now being ready. Christian Elgin on to the start and finish straight, but the battle continues further back. Christian Elgin takes the win. Kyle Cross has got the better, and Ross Moore as well. So Dean McMaster is completely off the podium. Kyle Cross gets second place. Ross Moore in third, and poor old Dean McMaster had to settle for fourth. Oh, there was Stephen Love then just in behind. Graham McAleese takes the win in the production, or the Crane Jackson class. Johnny Owen in second, and Conor McDonald in third. But we look back then for Alexander Rowan. Alexander Rowan is pulled away from Stephen McCune. Alexander Rowan takes the win in the production class. Stephen McCune in second place, and surely Kyle Martin will get that last step of the podium in third as he rounds Ring of Waddy and back towards Dunsport. So just a reminder, the classic machines up next then. I think the majority of the classic machines are in the holding area. But here comes Kyle Martin then. Kyle Martin on the SP, cross the line. Takes third place. Ocean Walsh then in fourth. Johnny Davey in 16th. 17th was John Martin. What a race that was. Fastest lap to Christian Elgin. A 111.7 for Kyle Cross. A 112.5. That is the same. Ross Moore a 112.5. But Dean McMaster a 112.7. It was the later stages there just caught him out. And unfortunately, he ended up off the podium altogether on the RNI machine. But what a great race. There's your podium. Algie, Cross and Moore. So again, next up then, ladies and gentlemen, the classic machines. That's race 2 on today's programme. And they'll be out for their sighting lap very shortly. Kyle Cross, I'm sure he wasn't expecting that on that last lap. Just stealing at him, and Ross Moore stealing it from poor Dean McMaster. But the classic machines are out for their sighting lap. Torkel Patterson on the 350, pole position. Matt Davison yesterday, he led for, I think it was about 2.5 laps. And then Torkel got the better of him, so he's on pole. Matt Davison second. Third for Nigel Moore. Fourth, Anthony Ambler. Fifth is Brian Alexander. Sixth is Andy Mack. Seventh is Linton Irwin. Eighth is Mark Cowan. RJ Woolsey in ninth. 10th is Owen Patterson. 11th, Malcolm Love. 12th, Colin Stockdale. 13th, Mike Kemp. 14th is Chris Hawkes. 15th is Morris Hogg. 16th, Angela Craig. 17th, Gary Hutton. Brendan Neeson lines up in 18th. 19th is Steve Mason. And 20th is Adam McKee. First of the machines lining up then. That's Anthony Ambler. 4th position. So this is the classic Celtic match races. Scotland versus Ireland. That's why you see the bibs there, the blue bibs and the green bibs. Scotland with 106 points, Ireland with 102 points. Just looking there to see, I don't see Mark Kirkpatrick. He was having issues with his machine yesterday, unfortunately. He's not going to be starting this one. And by the looks of it, neither is Matt Davison. Well, it doesn't look like there's any Matt Davison here, but the green flag is waved. They're told to watch the lights. Reds go up and away they go. Oh, Nigel Moore with a cracker on the start. Oh, Torkel Patterson. Torkel Patterson starting to go backwards now. Oh, and so is Nigel Moore. So Nigel's looks like he's down. He tips into turn 1. Nigel Moore in 4th place then, going through turn 1. Torkel Patterson, I'm not sure who that was, got a great start. But it was from the 2nd row anyway. Another Patterson to look out for, Owen Patterson. So Torkel and Owen Patterson during qualifying yesterday were posting similar times. Matt Davison was having issues with his 125 yesterday. He had to go and get the exhaust welded, and after such a great race, he did retire after the first race, so obviously that machine, they haven't been able to get that sorted for this weekend. Just looking there, I'm pretty sure I think that's Torkel in 2nd place, just can't catch who's in 1st, but Nigel Moore up into 3rd now. As they come through Dunsport. Oh, a bit of loss of a drive there for Torkel, but it's the number 8 machine. It is Owen Patterson. So Owen Patterson with an absolute blinder on the start off the line. Nigel Moore in 3rd, Anthony Ambler across the line in 4th. 5th is going off, 5th is Rick Irwin, 7th Malcolm Love, 8th for Nigel Gurley, 9th for Mark Crown, 10th Brian Alexander, 11th RJ Woodley, 12th Andy Mack, Chris Hawkes, 13th, 14th Mike Kemp, Angela Craig in 15th, 16th Colin Stockdale, 17th for Gary Hutton, Brian Hardy in 18th, 19th Steve Mason, and 20th Adam McKee. Like, Peter Shannon, the last machine through there. As we look back at the leaders, Owen Patterson just stretching that lead now over Torkel Patterson. The two Scots disappearing with this one. Nigel Moore, come on Nigel. He's doing it for the Irish team. He makes his way through Ringawati up towards Dunsport again. He's just holding on to that 3rd place and no more. But of course he's 2nd of the 350 machines. Owen on the 500 away through. a 122.0. Torkel Patterson second with 123.0. Nigel Miller to Anthony Ambler in the slipstream. He moves over to the right hand side and he's going to go round the outside of Nigel Miller, isn't he? And he gets the job done before turn 1. Oh, Nigel squeezed up the inside. Oh, Nigel Miller. There's life in the old dog yet. Andy McAway through there. He's up in the 9th place, getting the better of Scotsman Brian Alexander. Just has to hold him off as best he can. So Morris Hogg 5th. Malcolm Love up into 6th place on the 250 Suzuki. 8th for Nigel Dearden. He's first of the 350 Grand Prix machines. Andy Mack 3rd in the 500s, but he's 9th on the road. He's through Ringawati. Owen Patterson continues to pull away from Torkel. The gap last time was 1.8 seconds. Of course, you can call them teammates if you like. Fellow countrymen making their way back down here. Owen Patterson faster again for Patterson. A 121.3. Torkel, the gap is now 4 seconds exactly as they cross the line. Nigel Moore getting the better of Anthony Ambler again, but look at the speed of Ambler's machine. So Ambler on that 500 against the 350 of Nigel Moore. Nigel moves over ahead of Ambler and he stays in front through turn 1. Back there is Andy Mack is up 8th place and he's brought Mark Karen with him. So Mark Karen got the better of Brian Alexander, so he drops another place down into 10th. Brian Harding, a big long look over his shoulder there. But Gary Hutton should have said looking into the eyes of Brian Harding. As the pass is starting to finish straight, Harding tucks in behind him. Number 57 machine, Steve Mason away through there. Adam McKee. And the V250 two-stroke, lovely sounding machine. Next up, the Supersport Pro machines. The majority of them in the holding area already. But if the rest of you want to make your way, there's Peter Shannon. Blast past the start and finish. Wow, look at the lead. No point looking behind you, Owen. Because Torkel Patterson, he might as well be back in Scotland. He's miles behind the number 31 machine. Owen Patterson has this one in the bag, but of course, Torkel still leading the 350 class. Nigel Moore still second in the 350s, but 3rd on the road. Still getting chased by Anthony Ambler. Ambler goes around the outside once again. Nigel Moore. Oh, Nigel again trying to squeeze up the inside through turn 1. But Ambler closes the door. Morris Hogg ahead of Malcolm Love. Letting Irwin away through in 7th. He's 4th for 350. 3rd in 500 is Andy Mack. He's 8th on the road. Mark Pound still tucked in behind. Brian Alexander maybe making a mistake somewhere. But he's closed up that gap. 0.2 on Mark Pound just ahead of him. Colin Stockdale up in the 13th now, getting the better of Chris Hawkes. He's only 0.4 of a second back. So back to the leaders then. This is another call for the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. That's the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area. There's Owen Patterson. Number 8 machine. That was a 122.1. So he's slackened off the pace. His best was a 120.4. So 2 seconds slower than what he's been pumping around there already. And he's still lapping quicker than Torkel Patterson. Torkel Patterson, that lap was a 126.2 compared to his best, a 123.0. Over 3 seconds slower. Ambler finally holding off Nigel Moore. Nigel Moore not giving up. He's in the slipstream. But that wee 350, very little chance against the 500cc machine. But Nigel Moore still second on 350. Andy Mack away through. That's struggling to get gears. That was Andy Mack just struggling to get gears on that machine. That's RJ Woolsey with the big megaphone blasting past. Nigel darting in behind. I'm sure he's getting deafened. Jeff Hawks might count the way through. Andrew Craig on the 250, 350 for Brian Harding. He's 6th in 350, 16th on the road. Gary Hutton 17th and 6th of the 500. So here he comes once again then. Owen Patterson. Across the line. Our retirement there for Brian Alexander. Unfortunately, that's his race done. So Torkel Patterson, 14 seconds back on Owen Patterson. The 1.74 there of Adam McKee. And the number 59 of Anthony Ambler still ahead of Nigel Moore. Morris Hogg still under pressure. Malcolm Love still tucked in behind him on that 250. Malcolm trying to stay in the slipstream. So that's Peter Shannon. We're getting better of Peter Shannon there before the first corner. Number 26 machine. Oh, through the first corner. And they're all split up. Number 48 machine way through. That's Chris Hawks of Scotland. He's holding on to that 5th place. Off through Supersport. Coming back down onto the start and finish. The last lap flag being ready for the number 8 machine. Owen Patterson. He's really breezing this one. Still that 122 consistency on these closing stages. His best lap was a 120.4, but all he needs to do is maintain that gap. Of course, the winner on the road and of the 500cc class and winning it for Scotland. But of course, it's not all over yet. Anything can happen. Anthony Ambler, number 59, second of the 500, still ahead of Nigel Moore, who is second of the 350s. Morris Hogg still holding off Malcolm Love. But at the end of the day, it's all points. Oh, Andy Mack getting the better of Lyndon Irwin. So Andy Mack up another spot up into 7th place, 3rd with 500. But Lyndon Irwin still holding on to him. Have a look through. The number 9 machine away through there. Side by side. They say Chris Hawks along with him. And away through, but there it is. The number 8, Owen Patterson, with the win. Quite a substantial win over Torkel Patterson, but of course Torkel leading the 350 class. A long look, wondering where everybody is. He cruises across the line. Nigel Moore still hasn't given up on Anthony Ambler, but I don't think he's going to outrun that 500 to the line. Anthony Ambler will finish 2nd of the 500s, 3rd on the road. Nigel Moore 2nd of the 350s and 4th on the road. And Morris Hogg on that last lap just pulling away from Malcolm Love, but of course Malcolm will win the 250 class. Morris Hogg 3rd of the 350s and Malcolm Love across the line and takes the win of the 250s. Andy Mack 3rd of the 500s, Lyndon Irwin 4th of the 350s and 8th on the road. That's the 174 of Adam McKee. Adam McKee was 3rd of the 250 class. RJ Woolsey wins the open class, 10th on the road. And for the 350 GP machines, it's Nigel Dearden. 500s, 4th for Chris Hawks, 2nd to the open class is Mike Kemp, finishes 13th in the road. Peter Shannon, 15th for Brian Harding. Adam McKee, 17th then for Andrew Craig, but 2nd of the 250cc machines. 3rd of the 250s is Adam McKee. Another great race. Owen Patterson cruised that one. And another win for Scotland. I'm sure we'll be getting updates for the points later on. But next up then is the Supersport Pro machines. We'll do some checks around the track and you'll be out pretty soon.
Machines now out on track. Next up is race 4 in your program, the sidecars. So you just want to get yourselves ready.
So pole position for Adam Brown this time round. He posted the fastest lap yesterday. A 109.5 compared to Corey McGreevy 109.6. Or no Corey McGreevy today, actually. Of course, for the McAdoo racing team. No racing on a Sunday for the McAdoo team, so that leaves a gap for Christian Elgin and Ross Moore in 4th. 5th is Ocean Mayer. 6th is Alex Duncan. Ross Martin in 7th. 8th for Rob McCauley. Gary Scott in 9th. First of the Cup riders, Francesco Feraldo lines up in 10th. 11th for Robert Waddell. 12th, William Donnelly. 13th for James Tracy. 14th, Reuben Sherman Boyd. 15th, Alex O'Grady. 16th, Joy Hennessy. Mark Camblin in 17th. 18th, Graham McAleese. 19th, Darragh O'Mahony. And 20th for Nicky Burns, who hopefully has that Suzuki sorted. I've Sam Laughing's up here with me. Sam, predictions for this one?
Well, I'd like to see Adam get it, to be honest, but I think Christian's going to be a tough pilot to beat in this, and so it should be a good battle at the front, you know.
Well, fingers crossed. Adam did look sharp in the warm-up this morning against them Superbikes. So fingers crossed he can get that machine off the line. Lovely looking R6 Yamaha. And of course the Ducati. Ross Moore's on form this weekend as well. And don't forget about Ocean Maher. Front row start. The flag is being waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, great start there. Christian Algan. Adam Brown just getting pushed over to the right hand side there. Through turn one. Just see it look like possibly Elke with the whole shot. And the form that Adam Brown is in. And Ross Moore, he has to make sure he gets away pretty quickly. Heading towards the hairpin then. They're all bunched back up, so nobody's running away with this one on the early doors. Through the chicane. There's two machines breaking away from the rest of the group. So Elke in the lead. Adam Brown, not for long. Adam Brown up the inside through the chicane. So Adam Brown in the lead of this one. Elke's lead was short-lived through Ringawati. Just looking, it looks like possibly Ross Moore in that third place, but coming down onto the start and finish straight. We'll be able to tell a wee bit better, but it's definitely Adam Brown in the lead from Christian Algan. It is Ross Moore in third. Look at Francesco Ferraldo. Wow, Francesco Ferraldo up in the fourth place. And first of the Cup riders, Alex Duncan in fifth, sixth for Ocean Maher, seventh for Rob McCauley, eighth for Ross Martin, William Donnelly in ninth, second of the Cup riders in 10th, James Tracy, Ryan McElroy in 11th, 12th is Alex O'Grady. So back to the leaders then. Through the chicane, Adam Brown is pulling away from Elke. So Adam on an absolute charge. He posted the fastest lap yesterday. Between fairways 1 and 2. Oh, look at Elke on the brakes through fairways. And the rest of the group coming through. You can hear that machine, that Ducati sliding that back tire as he gets the power on for Ringawati. The gap back to Christian Algan last time was 0.4 seconds. Here they come again. Right on the start and finish. That gap has opened up even further. It's 0.5. Fastest lap for Adam Brown. And looking for Aldo Ross Moore, looking like he's in a safe third place there, but Ferraldo is under pressure. Ocean Maher is coming. Oh, Ocean Maher looking away up the inside of Ferraldo. But Ferraldo closed the door on him through turn one. Alex Duncan in behind with Rob McCauley chasing. So Rob McCauley only 0.1 seconds off Alex Duncan. They all spread apart there going into turn one. And it was all getting a wee bit dicey. Adam Brown continues to pull away from Christian Algan. Ross Moore in a great third place there. He looks pretty safe. So Ferraldo dropping back another place. And it looks like Ocean Maher is up into fourth. Another great result for Ocean as they come right on the start and finish. He's 0.5 of a second. The gap is back down. Christian Algan with the fastest lap. A 108.6 for Christian Algan. Across the line, Ross Moore, Ocean Maher still holding off Francesco Ferraldo. Alex Duncan, the race, and further down that's Graham McAleese. Graham McAleese has got the better of Nicky Burns and chasing down Joy Hennessy. Leading the Cup class and still Francesco Ferraldo. Second in the cup class is James Tracy, who's now up in the 8th from the road. Third is Ryan McElroy. Fourth, Alex O'Grady, and Joey Hennessy in 5th, with Graham McAleese chasing him down. So it doesn't look like Elke has closed up, but just watch him on the brakes here. He closes that gap, but he's struggling to get that machine turned, that pulled over to the left-hand side. Ocean Maher on a charge now, so Ross Moore is next on the list. Oh, Francesco Ferraldo nearly losing another place there through Ringawati. Alex Duncan looking away through. Here comes the leaders then. Adam Brown away through. Slightly slower from the pair of them that time. A 109.0 for Brown. Christian Elkin a 109.2. So Adam Brown has opened up that gap even further. A 0.7 of a second. Ocean Maher closing down. Ross Moore. So Ross Moore's going to be under pressure here pretty soon. The gap is only 1.8 of a second. Ocean Maher, that was a 109.7 compared to Ross Moore's 110.1. So he's definitely reeling him in. So Ross Moore, if he's not careful, he could lose this last step of the podium. Hear them Supersport machines absolutely flat out. And it actually sounds like Adam Brown is going down 3 gears for that chicane. Up through into Dunsport. Still pushing hard through Ringawati. The 3 of them battling further back in the field. Just another call then for the sidecar machines. If you can get yourselves ready for your next race. The sidecar machine. Francesco Ferraldo still pushing on that Bell Bike Sport BMW racing machine. Rob McCauley sandwiched in between Alex Duncan and Ferraldo. Racing further back. And Graham McAleese has got the better of Ryan McElroy. He's up in the 12th place now, chasing Alex O'Grady. He's actually they were neck and neck across the line. Nothing in it at all. The leader's coming back up towards us then. It looks like Elke has settled for that second place. But I'm sure he'll still be pushing hard. Adam Brown, he'll be waiting for Brown to become complacent. That's what can happen in these races. Last lap for Brown, a 108.9. Christian Elkin, a 109.3. The gap has opened up to 1.1 seconds. It looks like it's closed a wee bit there again on that last lap. Adam Brown across the line. It's 1.3 seconds then. Brown still slightly quicker. The Ross Moore last lap was 1.4 seconds. The gap back to Maher has opened up again, 2.1 seconds. So Ross Moore has answered to Maher. Francesco Ferraldo still holding off. Rob McCauley is 0.3 seconds. Alex Duncan on the Magic Bullet racing machine back to 0.5. He looks like he's settling for that 7th place. Pretty spread out, a great race. Christian Boyle's heading that good. Graham McAleese in behind Christian Boyle's. And he's got a bit of a group in behind him there. As we look back then through fairways, the leader's already up into Dunsport, but the battle further back continues. Pretty well spread out there, but it looks like Francesco Ferraldo, Rob McCauley and Alex Duncan still at it, pushing hard. Ross Moore away through. Francesco Ferraldo still heading that group from Rob McCauley. Go ahead, Critic. Way through. Just an announcement there. We'll maybe wait till it's quiet, but we'll call it anyway as Evan Larkin goes through. Could Ryan Robinson please go see Kitty at the start and finish? Ryan Robinson, please go see Kitty at the start and finish line. Look at this. Oh, so maybe a mistake there from Christian Boyce. Graham Smallwoods, he's broke away from that group. So the checkered flag being readied. Again, another call for the sidecars. But it looks like Adam Brown has this one on the bag. Here he comes out of Dunsport. Still tucked into that Yamaha. And across the line, Adam Brown takes the win. Tristan Elgin settled for that second, but he does have the fastest lap, a 108.7. And what a third place, Ross Moore, well deserved podium flair for Ross. Ocean Maher on the Honda. Oh, and it's Rob McCauley. Oh, Francesco Ferraldo tried to get the drive on McCauley side by side across the line, but Francesco Ferraldo wins the Cup class and had to settle for 6th on the road. 2,000th of a second across the line. Absolutely nothing in it. Well, that was one of them scenarios. It depends where your transponder is on the bike. Oh, Graham Smallwoods there. James Dixon away through. Great racing further back as well. But Adam Brown, he's been waiting for that one. He's got that bike sorted. Christian Elgin with the fastest lap, a 108.7. Adam Brown, a 108.8. Nothing in it at all. Ross Moore's best lap there in third place, a 109.7. Ocean Maher in fourth with a 109.7. That's how close it was. Fifth for Rob McCauley, a 110.6. Francesco Ferraldo in sixth, winner of the Cup class, a 110.7. Second of the Cup class is James Tracy in ninth. Third of the Cup class is Alex O'Grady, finishing in 10th. Then we have Joey Hennessy in fourth. Fifth was Ryan McElroy, and sixth was Evan Larkin. Big round of applause there for our winner, Adam Brown. Well deserved over Christian Elgin. Another great battle, guys. And third place, what about that? For Ross Moore. Well deserved podium. He's been at it all weekend. And he's been pushing hard in all classes. So the sidecar machine's getting ready to go out. A few final checks and we'll be going for their first race of today. this one. Philly Newton and Derek Keaton will line up in 4th. 5th, Scobie Clark and Simon Meathan. 6th for Eugene Kettle and Phil Gracie. 7th for Ryan Deneen and Carl Daly. 8th for Fran Newton and Abby Rogers. I'm not sure. I think there was an issue with Eugene's outfit yesterday. So these outfits, they're known for pumping flames out the side, but I think it was just a wee bit too many flames for Kettle and Gracie's outfit. So here we go, the green flag then being waved at the back. The revs go up, they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Great start there for Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers. Derek Lynch making sure he stays in close. The two Eclipse racing machines. What a start there for Ryan Deneen as well. In through turn 1. Oh, Ryan Deneen just getting the nose cut off in there. That looked like Tony Willis and Ian Harron. Just keeping the throttle wide open through there. And he was able to nip in front of Deneen. The two Eclipse machines are pretty much together as they go in through the hairpin. Tony Willis chasing them down now. He had a great start in the first one too. But Lynch and Rogers through the chicane. And fairways 1 and 2 flat out through here. You can hear them spinning up as they exit that fast right-hander onto the start and finish, or onto the back straight, and then into that chicane through Ringawati. So they're still together there at the front. Tony Willis pushing hard, but Ryan Deneen and Daly are still on it. You can see Daly swinging his body weight over the right-hand side of the bike there as they enter Dunsfort. Out on the start and finish then. It's the number 46 machine. Dylan Lynch, Killian Rogers, Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald still there, still in the slipstream. And closing down again. The gap is 0.6 of a second, 0.7 of a second. Tony Willis further 3 seconds back, but Randon Aid only 1.3 back on Tony Willis and Ian Harron. Scobie Clock up into 5th place. Fran Newton and Abby Rogers in 6th. 7th, Philly Newton and Derek Keaton. So Philly not getting the start that he wanted there. But he's right in behind. He's only 0.5 of a second back on Fran Newton and Abby Rogers. So the leaders lead at the front. Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers just starting to pull away now on Derek and Anto. Derek and Anto, you'll see the lap times plummeting as they get a bit more confidence and get more heat into them tires. Tony Willis dropping back off them then. And Ryan Deneen having issues with that outfit yesterday, but it looks pretty good out there at the minute. Fast through that chicane, just tipping the curve on the inside. And the chair just lifting ever so slightly of Philly Newton. Closing on Scobie Clock now. As the leaders go through, the gap is open to 2.0 seconds. Fastest lap for Dylan and Killian at 1:18.0. There's Tony Willis and Ian Harron away through. Brandon and Carl Daly. Here we go, Scobie Clock still ahead, but Philly Newton and Derek Keaton on a charge now. They're leaving Fran Newton and Abby Rogers behind, but he's closing up on Scobie Clock. Great to see Scobie back. Tip in through turn 1 again, same as the solos, a real late entry to line up. Turn 2, the entrance in turn 2 is very difficult because you need to get really good drive as they start to climb a wee bit of a hill there, and the track flicks left before you hit that hairpin. So the leaders, that gap looks like it's actually closed again. So this is Derek Lynch and Anto McDonald starting to up their pace by the looks of it. The gap last time was 2 seconds. Lost a wee bit of time there on the entrance to Dunsfort. They slide the way again. Killian Rogers doing a bit of grass cutting. That outfit doesn't sound the best. But still a good lap there for Lynch and Rogers, a 1:18.7. Lynch and McDonald a 1:19.3 that time. But again, the same as the warm-up. Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers, that outfit just, oh, and we got a spin. Philly Newton off the track. He's in the kitty litter at the top half. Philly Newton and Dara Keaton off the track at Dunsfort. He's just getting out of the machine now. So that's so unfortunate there. Philly Newton was looking strong against Scobie Clock, but Fran Newton has been promoted back up into 6th place. The leaders already through Ringawati. It looks like Lynch and McDonald, they have the advantage around in between fairways and through Ringawati, and they seem to close up that gap, but he's just losing out at Dunsfort. As the yellow flag's being waved. Here they come then. The gap last time was 2.7 seconds. That machine's still misfiring. So the gap is now down to 2.5. Lynch and McDonald with a 1:19.3. Lynch and Rogers a 1:19.5. So the gap is down ever so slightly. Here comes Tony Willis and Ian Harron, a lonely Ian Harron. Ian Harron disappearing behind the seat. I thought he was actually missing. Look at Scobie Clock on Randanine through Dunsfort. So Scobie has caught right up to Randanine. Scobie takes the inside line. Denny wide line there, going on the start and finish straight. Scobie opening up the taps on that machine. And is he going to get the batter? No, Randanine cuts over the front of Scobie Clock. Simon Mason hanging off the left-hand side lap, getting ready for turn 1. So Scobie still pushing hard. He wants to get the better of Randanine and Carl Daly. So Scobie Clock, Simon Mason. Mason doing everything to try and keep that passenger seat down. Randanine looks. Oh, Scobie got past Denny. Oh, and look at this. Look at the gap has closed even further. 1 second then. Back on Lynch and Rogers. Lynch and McDonald are on an absolute charge. They're right with them now as that machine of Rogers and Lynch starts misfiring even more through this. He's just going to have to nurse it home. And it looks like Derek Lynch and Ando McDonald are going to get the better of them. So 1 second was the gap across the line, but they were neck and neck as they went through turn 1. And the two machines, they're nearly identical. It's hard to tell them apart as they exit the hairpin. But it looks like it's still Derek Lynch and Killian Rogers from Derek Lynch and Ando McDonald. And here comes Scobie on his own. He's got the better of Brian Denny, and he's pulled a huge gap on Denny now. Carl Daly pushing his hard. Well, here we go then. So looking at the leaders up the top half. They're right at it. Pushing hard. Oh, big slide there from Derek Lynch and Anton McDonald coming on. Oh, he got the drive on them. They're side by side coming down the straight. The number 46 machine struggling across the line. So Derek Lynch and Anton McDonald in the lead in this one now. That last lap was a 1:19.5. Dylan Lynch and Gillian Rogers a 1:20.7. Here comes Tony Willis and Ian Harron. Willis and Harron, a lonely third place, but they'll take that. No doubt the number 69 machine. Sounds a lot better, that machine as well, as the passes here. Still keeping the revs down. Looking for their Scobie Clock round in Dunsfort. The legend that he is. Denny. Oh, the passenger seat there of Denny's outfit. Nearly flicking Carl Daly off. And look, he's going to be under pressure. Fran Newton and Abby Rogers are closing that gap. Last time it was 7 seconds as they cross the line then. The number 963 machine, it's down to 3.3 seconds. So here's your leader, Derek Lynch, Anton McDonald. The last lap flag is out. The number 45 machine, I'm sure he wasn't expecting that, but he always comes better in the later parts of the race. Still pushing hard. Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers just short shifting there. The gap is 5.5 seconds on one lap. It just shows that machine is not running sweet at all. He just needs to finish. He needs to get the points. And it's been a long weekend not to finish this race. And hopefully they can get that outfit sorted for the next time. Ryan Denny under a lot of pressure. Fran Newton. Oh, Fran Newton and Abby Rogers up the inside of Ryan Denny at the chicane. He lost a wee bit of drive. Fran Newton struggling there on the drive. But Willis and Harn way through. It definitely sounds a lot better, that outfit. Scobie Clock out in his own now in 4th place. And they'll be loving this as the back end twitches going on to the start and finish straight. Just smoking that back tire. Number 3 machine, again short shift and bringing it home. And your leader, oh again, Ando McDonald left hanging in the air there as they switch direction through into Dunsfort. Here comes the leader then. Checkered flag will be ready. Brandon away through. There it is. The number 45 machine, Derek Lynch and Ando McDonald taking the win. And poor Dylan Lynch and Killian Rogers then, the 2 Eclipse racing machines. 1st and 2nd. The Moto 1 and the Tianda machines up next, but the race is Ryan Deneen. Was he able to hold on to Fran Newton? And Abby Rogers. Willis just disappearing behind the bunker here behind us. Through Dunsfort then. Tony Willis. And Ian Harn takes the last step of the podium. Cross the line, 3rd place for Willis and Harn. Next up, Scobie Clock and Meathan through Ringawati, steady as you like. They know they've got a big gap now back to Newton. Newton and Rogers through the last chicane. Up into Ringawati again, same again, just taking it easy. Brandon nursing that machine home as well. There it is, Scobie and Meathan across the line. At last lap at 129.5 compared to their best of 126.9. They were pretty well spread out at the end of it all. There you go, Fran Newton, Abby Rogers. You can see the bid there and the number 963, newcomers this season. And taking 5th place in the sidecar race. Randonine having to settle for 6th. So want to turn up there for Derek Lynch and Ando McDonald. I'm sure at the start of that race when Dylan and Killian were pulling away, 118.0 was their fastest lap. Lynch and McDonald, your winners of 118.4, but they were consistent and they made it work for them. So next up then, the Moto 1 and the Tianda Cup class. See they're in the holding area and they'll be going out on track any second now. The sidecars just doing their cool down lap and they'll pull in at the end of pit lane here. And then the Moto 1 Tianda machines will be out on track. Oh, Jesus. So that's the Moto 1 and the Tianda Cup machines out on track for their second lap. And they'll be making their way to the grid. So Joel Herr on pole for this one. After a spectacular win yesterday, I still can't get my head around how it was done through Dunsfort there on the last corner. On the exit of Dunsfort, Hubert Tomaszewski came into it absolutely perfect. Hit the apex, got the drive on when he should have, and somehow Joel Herr just nipped out in front of him before the bikes were even upright. So Hubert Tomaszewski lining up second place, third for Paige Mullen, fourth for Riley Brown, fifth and first of the Tiandas for Brandon Kennedy, sixth for David Scott, seventh is Harley Smith, lining up in eighth is Ella Musgrove, ninth and second of the Tiandas is Cooper Calhoun, 10th and third of the Tiandas, Mitchell McNeil. They had a great battle yesterday. William Graham had to settle for 11th place in the road, but fourth of the Tiandas with his machine not running right at all. He had to coast it across the line to get a finish. Davy Chambers lines up in 12th, 13th Annabelle O'Neill, 14th for Jay Coates, and 15th for Thomas McGarrigan. So front row then, Paige Mullen lines up, stirs down into turn one, gets a plan together for the start of this race. Mitchell McNeil, Cooper Calhoun. Struggling just to get that machine into neutral. But here we go then. So the green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights. The heads go down, the revs go up. On away they go. Oh, Jay Coates is struggling to get that bike off the line, but what a great start there. Hubert Tomaszewski. Tomaszewski looks like he's going to get the whole shot into turn one. A big wide line there for Tomaszewski. And he does indeed. Great start there for Paige Mullen as well. He is possibly up into second place. We disappear behind the trees. Somebody's way out in front now, possibly Tomaszewski, as they round the hairpin, heading up towards the first chicane. Oh, it's a battle for second place side by side. I think that looks like Joel Herr and Paige Mullen. So between fairways now, absolutely flat stick in one of these machines. Chin on the tank, look at the drive that Paige Mullen gets on Joel Herr. But Joel on the brakes. Through fairways, up into Ringawati. So they're evenly spread out. Joel Herr just catching, closing up that gap on Hubert Tomaszewski. Oh, and the battles continue further down the field with the Tiandas. They all bunch up through Dunsfort, but here comes the leaders. Hubert Tomaszewski, Joel Herr maybe not just close enough for the slipstream, only 0.3 seconds back on Tomaszewski, but look at this for Harley Smith. David Scott moves over to the left-hand side, and he has to tuck back into Harley Smith. William Graham, first of the Tiandas, through in 6th, Riley Brown 7th, Brandon Kennedy in 2nd of the Tiandas in 8th, Cooper Calhoun in 9th, he's 3rd of the Tiandas, and Mitchell McNeil tucked in behind, 4th of the Tiandas in 10th place, and they're all together. So McNeil, there is absolutely nothing in it between McNeil and Calhoun for the Tiandas. That battle for 3rd place. So the leaders coming out of the chicane through fairways. Joel Herr right tucked in behind Tomaszewski, but look at Paige Mullen with that drive once again. Around the outside, Paige Mullen, she had to back off there. That would have been some move. In through the chicane. Through Ringawati then, the three of them. So Paige Mullen a wee bit closer this time than what she was yesterday. And she's in contention of a win here as well. It's been a great start to her season. Tomaszewski down the start and finish. Then, oh, look at Paige Mullen again, the three of them. Paige Mullen out drags Tomaszewski and Joel Hurd into turn one then as Paige Mullen in the lead. Hubert Tomaszewski at 122.3. What a battle that is. Brendan Kennedy just at the back of it there. Cooper Cahoon at the front of this group, but not for long. Jay Coates up the inside of Cahoon. 300 just has the legs on the tie-on into turn one. Cahoon holding off Mitchell McNeil. That's Jay Coates, Ellen Musgrove. So McNeil just dropping back. Just dropping down the timing screen there. So back at the front. Tomaszewski has got the better of Paige Mullen and Joel Hurd again, but look at this. Joel Hurd up the inside of Tomaszewski through the chicane. Oh, Tomaszewski tries to make a move up the inside of Ringawati and he makes it stick, and that allows Paige Mullen to close the two of them back in again. So Paige still right with them. Watch the drive. Paige takes a wide line through Dunsford. Oh, Joel Hurd going a wee bit too wide there. He had to keep the bike banked over, and that allows Paige Mullen again. The three of them are on it absolutely neck and neck. Paige Mullen back in the lead in this one. Oh, Tomaszewski moves over and Joel Hurd, and they nearly touch down the front straight. They're coming down. Fourth place, number 9. 4-6. Oh, red flag, unfortunately. A red flag in this one. Cooper Cahoon across the line there. Jay Coates is still on it, but this race has been red flagged, unfortunately. This race has been stopped. If I hear anything, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be sure to let you know, but at the minute we are under a red flag situation. So just in case, the Neil Robinson Memorial Race, the Superbike Pro race over 12 laps, if you can make your way to the holding area while we sort this out. So again, if I hear anything, we'll soon let you know. the number 9 machine. So once they get into positions, they will have another warm-up lap. So just confirmation there, this will be 1 warm-up and 5-lap race. So the green flag is waved at the back and they're giving the go-ahead. Another warm-up lap. Couple of practice starts there with some of the machines. Again, 1 warm-up and 5 laps. Machines coming down into their grip positions. Thomas Jasky scrubbing them tires up well and making sure there's plenty of heat on them. Pole position there for Thomas Jasky. Paige Mullen in 2nd. Joel Herr will line up in 3rd. Riley Brown 4th, 5th for Harley Smith. Great start there for Harley Smith. Jay Coates as well, so Jay Coates started dicing through the fields. Alan Musgrove there, number 902. And William Graham first of the tanders, but here we go then, they're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh no, struggling to get off the line there. Thomas Jasky with a great start, but look at Paige Mullen on the inside. Oh, Paige Mullen is going to get the whole shot in this one. Through turn 1. Mullen in the lead. Looked like William Graham got another clinker of a start there. Cooper Cahoon just struggling to get that bike off the line. It looked like it wasn't in gear as he struggled and gave it an extra kick. Away it went, but the leaders are through into the hairpin. It looks like Thomas Jasky from Paige Mullen. And the two of them side by side going into the chicane. Right through, working their way towards the last chicane. This fast left right-hander. Paige Mullen with the drive once again in the slipstream of Tomaszewski. Tomaszewski on the brakes. Joel Hurr in third place, closing right in on the brakes through the chicane. Through Ringawaddy then. Evenly spread out now. Just keep an eye on Paige Mullen on the start and finish. She gets the drive down the hill. William Graham in fourth place. He's first in the town. Is there? I think he's going to lose out down the straight. Look at Paige Mullen. Paige Mullen ahead of Tomaszewski. Tomaszewski into the slipstream and through turn one. He has to line it up properly through turn two so he can get the drive up the hill into the hairpin. William Graham fifth there on the Tianda. Davy Scott just getting the better of him across the line into turn one. Annabelle O'Neill across the line on the 250. Harley Smith, Jay Coates in 8th. Mitchell McNeil second in the Tiandas. Cooper Calhoun third in the Tiandas in 10th place. Only 0.3 off the back of Mitchell McNeil after that start that he had. So a bit of red mist coming down, no doubt. So back to the leaders. Tomaszewski from Paige Mullen as they were on the last lap. Through the chicane. Paige getting the power on the back end of that machine, just moving ever so slightly through Ringawaddy. The three of them behaving themselves this time round. And don't forget, more or less a sprint race for this one. Oh, William Graham under pressure. It looked like David Scott, perhaps. Just trying to get round the outside of William Graham, but the Tianda that wee bit more nimble. Paige Mullen across the line. In the lead with the fastest lap, a 121.6. Hubert Tomaszewski, a 121.7. Joel Hurr, a 121.6. So Joel Hurr on the charge now as well. Oh, David Scott getting the better of William Graham there across the line. First time on the home. And look at this, three abreast. Alan Musgrove, Mitchell McNeil, Cooper Calhoun. There was one machine going through there, didn't sound very well at all. So the leaders at fairways. It's still Paige Mullen. So Paige Mullen. Oh, Tomaszewski going to come under pressure from Joel Hurr. Joel's still in that third place. Is he planning something like he did yesterday? Is he planning a last lap, a last corner manoeuvre? Tomaszewski pushing hard to try and get the better of Paige. Up through Dunsport then. Paige getting the power on nice and early, getting well tucked into that machine. And look at Joel Hurr, he's in the slipstream now. He's going to take second place, is he? Will he then? Will he begin to turn one? Absolutely on the back way to Tomaszewski. Moves over to the right-hand side. Did he make it stick? No, Tomaszewski still ahead in that second place. Paige Mullen pulling away even further in the lead. But Joel Hurr with the fastest lap, a 120.7 that time. Paige Mullen in the lead with 120.8. And Hubert Tomaszewski, that was a 121.2. So Joel Hurr, he's going to have to get past Hubert pretty quickly here, or Paige Mullen is going to run away with this one. Riley Bound in fourth, fifth. Harley Smith up in the fifth place now, ahead of William Graham, who's leading the Tiandas in sixth. Seventh, Alan Musgrove. Eighth is Mitchell McNeil. Second of the Tiandas, David Scott. Ninth. It's Cooper Calhoun's machine, unfortunately. A bit of a misfire. So it's not looking good there for Calhoun. As we look back. The leaders then, still as they were. Oh no, look, Tomaszewski. So Paige Mullen in the lead, Tomaszewski in second. Joel Hurr dropping back a wee bit. That last lap for Joel Hurr was a 122.2 compared to his best, a 120.7. Tomaszewski in the 121s. Paige Mullen a 122.2. So a bit of a mistake there. Had to disappear behind the trees. Alan Musgrove in 6th place. Mitchell McNeil second in the Towndas. Going through there, he's on his own. A lonely 2nd place for. Oh, just look at. No, he's not in 2nd place. He's leading the Townda. So no sign of William Graham, the number 9 machine. Just hearing there, number 9 has retired around the circuit, unfortunately. So Mitchell McNeil leading the Townda class. So the last lap then up through Dunsport. The checkered flag being ready. It's Hubert Tomaszewski, but can Paige Mullen get the drive down to the line? Oh, they're side by side across the line. Who has got that one? I'm not sure about that, but Hubert Tomaszewski on our timing screens took the win over Paige Mullen. I was waiting for it to change there again. Wow, again another scenario. That looked like it depended where the transponder was, but Joel Hurley then 3rd place there for Joel. What a battle. Riley Brown in 4th. Here comes Harley Smith then. Harley, long look behind him. And a lonely 5th place there for Harley. But he'll be enjoying this one. And number 902, Alan Musgrove finishing in 6th. And look at Mitchell McNeil, 7th place, and takes the win for the Townda Cup. And it's so unfortunate for William Graham. Cooper Calhoun retiring from that one as well. But what a race there. Tomaszewski, 7,000th of a second. Paige Mullen in 2nd, and Joel Hurd in 3rd place. So next up then, Neil Robinson Memorial Race. Over 12 laps. This is the Superbike Pros. And a few checks around the circuit as these machines make their way back to the paddock, and they'll be out on track in a few minutes' time.
Around the circuit as these machines make their way back to the paddock, and they'll be out on track in a few minutes' time.
Again, another great race between these three.
So again, another great race between these
Talking
three.
yesterday to a lot of people around the circuit, and they said the best race of the day. Best race of the day was the Moto 1 race yesterday, and it got a lot of people's votes,
Best race of the day.
and it didn't fail to impress today again. So next up then, race 6 in your programs, the Neil Robinson Memorial Race Superbike Pro, over 12 laps. And they're in the holding area, ready and waiting to go.
Memorial Race Superbike Pro over 12 laps. They're in the holding area, ready and waiting to go.
So the green flag is waved at the end of pit lane. The whistle is blown and the Superbikes are ready to go out on track. This is the Neil Robinson Memorial Race. So we've seen Smutty's bike out yesterday and it's at the podium there. The Skull Bandit Suzuki. Barry Davison was wearing the Skull Bandit, the original leathers, brand new set of leathers that Smutty had ordered, but unfortunately didn't have the chance to wear them. It was great to see them colours out on the track again on his machine. So there we go, the Superbikes are out on track. Neil to the shed. Could Neil Bickerstaff please go to the shed? That's Neil Bickerstaff. Make your way to the back shed, please.
This is the double length. I take it these like you don't put any more fuel in than you need, like.
No. Superbikes out in on their sighting lap. Carl Phillips, pole position for this one, had some issues with his machine yesterday, but he well and truly got that sorted for race 2. Johnny Campbell will line up in second. Luke Jones in third. He was looking sharp during warm-up as well. Fourth for Jamie Lyons. Ryan Gibson lines up in fifth. Sixth for Mark Hewitt. Seventh for Mark Conlon. Aaron Armstrong will line up in eighth. First of the Cup riders then, Johnny Allen. He's had a great weekend so far, the number 74 machine. The Neil Kernahan Racing R1 Yamaha. Second of the Cup riders lining up in 10th is Remy Clark. Scott Clements, they had a great battle yesterday, these three. So Scott Clements will line up in third. Jonathan Gregory in behind. Fourth of the Cup riders, 11th and 12th. Lining up in 13th is Jamie Johnson. And fifth of the Cup riders lining up in 14th is Alan McCaffrey. So the 3 rows of machines. The green flag is waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. The launch control is set and away they go. A quick start there. Carl Phillips away like a weapon. That was a good start there for Luke Jones as well, in through turn 1. In through turn 1, disappeared behind the trees. Luke Jones looked like a clinker that he got there. Not sure whether, I think it was maybe Carl Phillips getting the whole shot of that one. Johnny Campbell didn't get the start that he needed. Into the chicane then. Back out between fairways. It's Carl Phillips in the lead. Not Bell Bike Sport BMW Racing Machine. Luke Jones in second place. Oh, Johnny Campbell up the inside. Ryan Gibson getting the Johnny Campbell treatment there, and Luke Jones is up next. Oh, up the inside. Johnny Campbell is on an absolute mission. Johnny Campbell up the inside, Luke Jones round that left-hand kink before Dunsport out on the start and finish, touching the white line. Carl Phillips and Johnny Campbell in second place, Luke Jones in third, fourth is Ryan Gibson, Jamie Lyons in fifth, sixth Mark Hayes, seventh is Aaron Armstrong, Mark Conlon in eighth, ninth and first of the Cup riders, Johnny Allen. Second of the Cup riders is Alan McCaffrey. Then we have Jamie Johnson in 11th place, 12th and third of the Cup riders, Remy Clark. Johnny Gregory in fourth of the Cup riders, and Scott Clements in fifth. He's only 0.1 seconds off Gregory, so he has a wee bit of work to do. Through the chicane. Carl Phillips continuing to pull away. Listen to that machine sliding through fairways. Through the chicane then, last chicane. Johnny Campbell, Luke Jones seems to be coming with Johnny Campbell, but Ryan Gibson closes them up through Ringawati. Ryan Gibson on the charge. Through Dunsport, the leaders Heading back down. Ryan Gibson has to get in the slipstream of this Paddy, or it's going to start pulling away from the BM. And he does. He just moves over the left-hand side, but he has to stay in behind him. Carl Phillips with the fastest lap, a 106.2. Johnny Campbell, a 106.2. Nothing in it. So the times are nearly identical there between Carl Phillips and Johnny Campbell, but Campbell just didn't get the start and he got stuck in behind Luke Jones. But Campbell on the charge now. Ryan Gibson still in that 4th place. Look back down. The chicane. Campbell still continuing to pull away from Luke Jones, but Ryan Gibson is all over the back of him. Between fairways now. The BMW sinks the front end as he squeezes and brakes in through the chicane. So Gibson trying everything. Jones seems to have the legs over him through this twisty section, and on the brakes, his teammate Mark Cameron a wee bit further back. Across the line, so the gap is closed. Johnny Campbell is on the charge. That was a 106.3. Carl Phillips a 106.4. There's very little in it, but Johnny Campbell certainly has the pace. Luke Jones and still on it. His teammate way through there. Mark Conlon. First of the Cup riders, Johnny Allen just in behind him. Jimmy Johnson. Remy Clark up into 11th place now. Through fairways. That gap looks like it's closed now. It looks like Johnny Campbell is actually gaining on Carl Phillips. The gap last time was 1.5 seconds. So Johnny with the red mist. Pushing hard through Ringawati. Luke Jones still ahead of Ryan Gibson, but look at Jamie Lyons. Jamie Lyons is starting to reel him in. The gap back from Ryan Gibson, Jamie Lyons last time was 1.6 seconds. Now the gap, it's 1.2 seconds. So Johnny Campbell definitely gaining, and Jamie Lyons down to 1.1 seconds on Ryan Gibson. So these two battling it out, and they don't even know Lyons is coming. Mark Conlon across the lane on the SBT Ireland Ducati, and here comes Johnny. And look behind him, that's Jimmy Johnson on the Yamaha. So Supersport Cup and Superbike Cup to the holding area. That's the Supersport Cup and Superbike Cup to the holding area. He definitely is closing. Johnny Campbell. He got a couple of tests yesterday on that BM behind a few other classes. Made a few changes and it seems to be working for him. No Ryan Gibson. Well, Ryan Gibson has dropped back, way back in behind Jamie Lyons. He's made a mistake somewhere. Luke Jones is in a, I'm not going to say a safe 3rd place. Here we go. The gap last time was 1.2 seconds. There's nothing in it. 0.9 seconds. Johnny Campbell's reeling in Carl Phillips. Luke Jones on the charge. Jamie Lyons only 1.3 off the back of Luke Jones. Jamie Lyons, he can sniff this podium. He's going to take it from Luke Jones. He's going to try everything to take it from Luke Jones. They're definitely pushing. Track temperature up now, 35 degrees. So everything's starting to heat up here. Not only this here, as the sun shines down on us here. Bishopscourt coming out the chicane then through fairways. Hold on a minute, that's Johnny Campbell. Johnny Campbell is in the lead in this race. Johnny Campbell out of nowhere, and he's pulled 3 bike lengths on Carl Phillips already. So that's one for the books. Completely missed that. But Johnny Campbell through Dunsport. Carl Phillips isn't going to give up on this one. This is going to be a phenomenal lap time. Has Carl Phillips maybe made a mistake somewhere? A 107.4 for Johnny Campbell. Carl Phillips a 108.9. So Carl Phillips slowing his best was a 106.2. So Carl Phillips definitely something maybe up with that machine. Mark Hewitt coming on the start and finish straight, getting all squirrely, trying to keep the front end of that BM down as the wings on the front of it flex. Back at the leaders in at the hairpin. Carl Phillips seems to be just holding that gap back to Johnny Campbell. And he's not going to let him go easy through Fairways then. Fast left, right-hander, pulling that bike across, using all of the body weight, all of the strength to get that turned. And the same through the chicane, through Ringawati. Carl Phillips pulls on him now. He's closed that gap ever so slightly. But look at Jamie Lyons on Luke Jones. So Jamie Lyons attacking Luke Jones. He's reeling him in. But Johnny Campbell, nothing in it. It's 0.5, it's now 0.3. So Carl Phillips has answered to Johnny Campbell. Carl Phillips closing right up on him now. Ryan Gibson in a lowly 5th place, but the gap is down from Luke Jones to Jamie Lyons, 0.7 seconds. So he's reeling him in, hand over fist here. So it's all happening in the cup class as well. Further back, we've got Johnny Allen still leading the cup class from Jamie Johnson, but only just. No, he hasn't. Jamie Johnson just ahead of him there, but the cup class is still Johnny Allen. Got Ramey Clark, Scott Clements up into 3rd in the cup class now, chasing Ramey Clark. He's going to use all the power of that R1 Yamaha. So here we come then. Through Dunsford, Johnny Campbell still in the lead. The gap last time was 0.3 of a second. It's still 0.3. Carl Phillips seems to be just sitting there. Oh, look at Luke Jones. He's under pressure now. Jamie Lyons, 0.2 of a second. That Fireblade, he's really opening up the tops of it now. Luke Jones went really deep into turn 1. It looked like he was struggling to get that Ducati turned. See if that helps Jamie Lyons any. Surely he has to get past him on this lap. Jamie Lyons, he needs that podium. Mark Conlon on the Ducati, heading through. The leaders again still pushing hard. Carl Phillips. That machine of Carl Phillips. The track's control. You can hear that machine of Carl Phillips. The traction control seems very aggressive through Ringawati, coming on the start and finish straight then. 0.3 of a second. It's now 0.2 of a second. Carl Phillips trying to get in the slipstream of Johnny Campbell through turn 1. Carl Phillips trying everything to stay with him. Luke Jones, who Jamie Lyons still hasn't got the better of Luke Jones. Jamie Lyons trying everything to stay with him. That was a 108.1 that time from Lyons, a 107.9 from Luke Jones, so he's up the pace. Johnny Campbell, Carl Phillips still holding the fastest lap, but Johnny Campbell a 106.6. There's absolutely nothing in it. The Cup riders, will this cause issues for the leaders here as they're catching the Cup riders? Johnny Campbell, oh, look at the drive. Carl Phillips gets up into Ringawati. He's right on the tail end of Johnny Campbell, loses a wee bit of drive on the exit of Ringawati. But he's going to line it up well for Dunsford. Carl Phillips getting the power on nice and early. But look at the drive Johnny Campbell's able to get on the start and finish straight. Is phenomenal. So Supersport Cup and Superbike Cup up next. Look at, oh, Jamie Lyons. Luke Jones out on the grass. Jamie Lyons trying to push the bike off that white line. And Ryan Gibson. And sure, Ryan Gibson, he wants to be all over that battle in front. Malcolm Robinson. And just a call from Malcolm Robinson. Malcolm Robinson, please come to the podium. So the Cup riders, oh, they're going to, oh, Carl Phillips around the outside. Between fairways, he's back in the lead. Johnny Campbell struggling to get that BM. Oh, he's all over the place. The back end dancing from underneath him. But it's Carl Phillips is back in the lead of this Superbike race. They're coming up the slower riders now. This is, oh no! Carl Phillips has lost it to Dunsport. Carl Phillips has lost it. Johnny Campbell, a long look behind him. It's the last lap. Oh no, Carl is back up on his feet, but he's through it all the way, and that's promoted Luke Jones up into second place. Jamie Lyons is going to get that podium. He's up into third. What a disaster for Carl Phillips. Ryan Gibson, he's in fourth place now, as Mark Hewitt dances that BMW. The German weapon out on the start and finish straight. Cup riders then, it is still Johnny Allen from Ramey Clark in second, third for Scott Clemens. Jonathan Gregory in fourth, and fifth is Alan Caffrey. Some cup riders coming round. Let's keep an eye. Luke Jones still ahead. Jimmy Lyons, he might know. He's in third place now, so he's settling for that, but coming around Dunsport then, your leader. And he's settled himself down. Johnny Campbell takes the win in the Superbike class. Wow, what a race that was. Johnny Campbell finally gets that win. Luke Jones in second place for SBT Ireland. Jamie Lyons, last step of the podium. What a race that was. Ryan Gibson there, a respectable third place for Gibson. And there is Mark Hewitt. Mark Hewitt finishing in fifth. We wait for the cup riders to come through. Some of the cup riders already have taken the checkered flag. So still, that's Johnny Allen. So Johnny Allen still well ahead there through Ringawati. We're looking for Ramey Clark and Jonathan Gregory. But it looks like Ramey Clark has a good gap ahead from Gregory. The checkered flag is being flown here then. Just waiting for Allen. Here he is then. Johnny Allen takes the win in the cup class from Ramey Clark and Jonathan Gregory. So we head down for the Superbike podium. We head down for the Superbike podium. So the Superbike pulling in. What's the plan for this man? Tired?
screen and all that, like, you know, to make it so that you can follow it.
You were Ulster very impressive. Next one, boy. So, next 22 to podium. No comment to the rest of this. Somebody was making glad to the first. So we'll head to the podium. And we'll get the riders to the podium here. And I'll stand over here. I don't know if you can hear me. Maybe. So we'll get a couple of mates.
One, two. So the machine, if the riders want to make their way around, they are here indeed, there's a couple over there. But we'll do the Superbike race. So we're in third place, and he was so close to getting the better of Jones, but what a well-deserved podium. Third place, Jamie Lyons! And what a result for this man, what a result for this team. They've been trying all year, they've got to where they want to be. Second place, Luke Jones! And your winner, again, has been squeezing at this all season and trying their best, trying all sorts of different setups. And a well-deserved win for this man. Denny Campbell! Chat then. We get photographs first, or we'll have a chat. Probably chat. There's still racing going on here, you know. I know. What we word with. Jamie, you looked like you were there. You were basically there, and although it wasn't handed to you. Look at the sweat on you. You were pushing hard. It was a great race. How did you feel about that one?
Yeah, it was good. Target this weekend's been to get into the 106s, which, well, I did 107.1 there, so close enough, but it's quite greasy out there, I think the boys will agree, but good race. I just sadly giving up too much in the straights. I was good out the back, just catching, and just last lap made a mistake and turned really tight. I was able to turn tighter, so I was trying to make time there. Your crash, so just up there, once the same car, but up enough in third.
Man, you were reeling them in hand over fist. Well done, Luke Jones. Oh, what is it like to stand on the podium once again?
It was good. It's, jumping on the bike at the start of the year, it's been hard, like, don't get me wrong, because so much power, but getting the power to the ground is the trick. So that's what we've been working on, and the team have been great. And each weekend we've been chipping away. So we're finally getting there. You know, I still feel like chassis-wise we can still improve. Obviously the electronics we can still definitely improve on, but no, we're making gradual steps. So as long as we're going in the right direction, that's the main thing.
Well done, Molly. Great to see you back up here. And what about this man? How must this feel? Look at you, nearly your single path. How did that feel?
Yeah, I don't even know what to say. You know, this year it's been just so tough.
There we go. But
fantastic push. So we'll get the cup class then. So the cup machine. Up next to the riders. All the riders are here. 1, 2. One missing, is it? No. So here we go then. In the cup class, 3rd place, Jonathan Gregory. Big elbows everywhere. And your winner, without a doubt, once again, Johnny Allen. Fantastic, guys. So I'm going to have to love you and leave you. But there is another race happening here. I'll make my way back up to my penthouse.
So Supersport Cup machines and Superbike Cup machines are well and truly racing away. I've made it back up to my pigeon house.
Supersport Cup machines and Superbike Cup machines are well and truly racing
So
away.
just here and there, the Moto 3, the lightweight Supersport and the Supersport 300 machines, if you can make it to the holding area. And they will have lunch break after the next race. That's race 8 in the programme. Valmantas Monteves pulling away once again. So Michael Press again, keep an eye on Press, but he's got Alan Armstrong ahead of him. Andrew McRae in 4th, 5th for Cathal Gallagher, 6th for Owen McGlynn, 7th for Lawrence Britton, 8th Gary Jordan, 9th Dwayne McCoy, and 10th Robert Toner. Seeing they're all, we've got a retirement there. Retirement into the paddock, unfortunately. So we keep an eye on Michael Press and Alan Armstrong. Alan Armstrong, absolutely no slouch here. He's in 2nd place still at the minute on the Suzuki. Oh, but not for long. Michael Press up the inside, goes really deep through the chicane, but he's able to pull it back through Ringawati. He can see Almantas Monteves pulling away here out on the start and finish straight. And the gap last time was 4.4 seconds. That was a 1:14.0 that time for Almantas Monteves. But a 1:14.9, the gap is now up to 5.6 seconds. Oh, and the battle further back. Robert Toner making a daring move there on Dwayne McCoy. Over the start and finish line. Bell across the line there, that's Kane Bell. Max Gaston just in behind. So Almantas Monteves from Michael Press, from Alan Armstrong, Andrew McRae, Cathal Gallagher. Lawrence Britton is first of the Supersport machines. He's in 6th place, 7th Owen McGlynn, 8th Gary Jordan, Dwayne McCoy 9th, 10th is Robert Toner, 11th Dean Graham, 12th for Barry Gasson. Horton Bell 13th, Patrick Nee 14th, 15th Andy McAllister, Samuel Craig 16th, 17th Jamie Sloan, 18th Chris Simpson, Kane Bell 19th, and your top 20 for Max Gaston. And we'll see that gap last time was 5.6 seconds. Michael Press is on a charge. Here, let us see if he's able to. No. That was slightly slower, a 1:14.1, but nothing in it. Michael Press with the fastest lap, a 1:13.9 as he crosses the line. The gap is down to 5.5 seconds. Michael Press is on a charge. Alan Armstrong a further 3.1 seconds back on Michael Press. Andy Mack. Oh, Patrick Nee. Patrick Nee getting the better of Andy Mack through turn 1. Andy Mack trying to squeeze up the inside, but Patrick Nee round the outside. Andy Mack demoted back down to 14th place. Patrick Nee on the ZX6. Getting good drive out of Dunsport. But what about that for his lap time for Michael Press? A 1:13.9. Romantis Monteves through fairways into Ringawati. He's not going to want a repeat of what happened earlier on today. Michael reeling him in, hand over fist. Oh, it's all happening further down the field. Bikes everywhere, up the inside, round the outside, hard to keep up. Remember that gap, I think that gap maybe opened up. Oh, it's 5.2, it's closed again ever so slightly. Armandus Monteves a 1:14.3. But what about this panel? Loris Britton, Cahill Gallagher, Gary Jordan in the middle of that in 7th place. Owen McGlynn 8th, 9th is Dwayne McCoy, 10th Dean Graham. Make their way back through. Look back down towards the leaders then. It doesn't look like Press is making up any more ground on Almantas Monteves. If he has a pit board, he'll know what Michael Press is doing. He'll know he's going to try and replicate this morning's race through the chicane. Through Ringawati, nice and smooth. Oh, Michael Press off the track, jumps the curb and back over the other side. Through Ringawati, just shows you how hard he's pushing this battle further. But Loris Britton around the outside and up the inside at Ringawati. So Loris Britton back out in front of this group. That was Cahill Gallagher that he was pressurising. And Gallagher's going backwards now in this one. So the battle for 4th place. Andrew McRae drops back down the field, but look at Gary Jordan. Gary Jordan is up into 5th place now, just in behind Loris Britton in 4th. Dwayne McCoy Gallagher going backwards there. He was bullied through Ringawati. Out of the chicane then. Out of the hairpin. Heading for the chicane. Michael Press is on a mission now. He's closed back up on Almantas Monteves. Go through fairways. That's a slower rider. He hasn't. But Press is still pretty substantial gap there. So Almantas just making better of them slower riders. And Press is going to catch them between Ringawati and Dunsford. That is not where you want to catch a slower rider when you're trying to chase down the leader. Monteves across the line again. The gap last time was 6.4 seconds. It's the last lap now. So Moto 3 lightweight Supersport 300 machines to the hold now. The gap is up to 7.6 seconds. Michael Press is going to have to settle for this 2nd place. Alan Armstrong, what a great 3rd place there for Alan Armstrong. Loris Britton still leading the group in behind in 4th place. Dwayne McCoy up into 5th, getting the better of Gary Jordan. Owen McGlynn 7th, 8th is Cahill Gallagher. Look at these three, side by side across the line. Cian Bell, Samuel Craig and Jamie Salone. 3 abreast as they pass us here. Here comes Amantas then. Through fairways. As steady as you like. Good, strong, lean angle there for Almantas. The wings of that BMW nearly scraping the ground through Ringawati. Out on the start and finish. Top corner for the last time in this race for Almantas. There it is. Almantas Monteves takes the win. Michael Press, you can see we look behind him there and cruising across the line to take that 2nd place. And a great result there for Alan Armstrong, number 12 on the hunky-dory Suzuki. Loris Britton finishing in 4th. Oh, what a race there. Dean Graham just getting it over the line from Owen McGlynn. Andy McCain 10th, 11th Robert Toner, 12th Barry Gaston. Oh, across Andy Mack. Squeeze it out Patrick Nee. So Andy Mack just getting 13th over Patrick Nee. Them two were at it throughout that whole race. 15th, Curtin Bell. 16th, Samuel Craig. Jimmy Sloan in 17th. Kane Bell in 18th. Chris Simpson in 19th. And top 20 for Max Galson. So next up then, it's the Moto 3, the lightweight Supersport, and the Supersport 300. That's over 8 laps, and they're in the holding area, ready to go. These machines making their way back into the paddock. And the lightweight Moto 3 machines will be out on circuit very shortly. Moto 3 machines and the lightweight Supersport. Don't forget, after this race we will be having a lunch break, and after lunch we will have the parade laps once again. See these beautiful machines out here, just sitting at the podium. See Gene McDonald's 350 there again, the wee Yamaha, ready to go. Supersport and Superbike Cup class, what a race once again. Battles right the whole way throughout. What a race once again. Battles right the whole way throughout. No, one more race. So just while I have the presentation here, don't forget the Rough Island Vintage Club, the Static Classic display, and that's coming up on Thursday the 30th of July between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. So all welcome refreshments included, and also the Rough Island Vintage Club on the 12th of September. It's the 31st annual Vintage Rally and Fun Day. In memory of the late great Norman McCrum. For any exhibitors, £12, that includes your tea ticket, and finishing reward. Spectators £7.98. Never go free. So that's the 12th of September. Supersport machines out on track. And again, Reuben Sherman Boyd will be chasing another win. He, at the minute, he matches Alan Irwin for the youngest ever rider with the most wins at 100. But I'm pretty sure Alan Irwin was 26 when he did this. passes Alan Irwin's record. Rossi Dobson in the Moto 3 will line up on pole from Alfie Flynn in second. Third for Gary Jordan. Matt Davison in fourth. Fifth for William Graham. In the lightweight Supersport, Ruben Sherman Boyd on pole from Hubert Tomaszewski. Carl Clancy then line up on the 250. You were thinking about that start, taking it a wee bit easier maybe. Off the line, remember, you have to wait for the lights to go out. Buster Sherman Boyd then, third of the lightweight Supersports, line up in fourth. Haley Dobson is fourth of the lightweight Supersport. And we have Dale Hyland fifth, sixth Marley Brown, seventh Angela Craig, and Johnny Parker lines up in eighth on his Supersport machine.
Looking at the temperature in that machine, but the green flag is waved. Rossi Dobson towards the line.
Well, a great start there, but I think Ruben Sherman Boyd got the drive for him. There, didn't it? Off the line. Another three machines already coming out of the hairpin. And it looks like Rossi Dobson, but right there with him once again. Alfie Flynn in the slipstream through fairways. Alfie really close to his back wheel here now. Moves over to the right hand side. Just squeezing that wee bit extra a bit. Gary Jordan in third place then. Matty Davison dropping to fourth after that great start that he got. That looks like that's William Graham in and around through Ringawati. Ruben Sherman Boyd already dicing his way through the Moto 3 field. Up through Dunsport, but look at this. Alfie Flynn, get that move, moving over that left hand side. Alfie looking away up the inside through turn one. They're side by side through turn one. Rossi Dobson had to go the long way. Hubert Tomaszewski in second in the lightweight Supersport at the minute. Ruben Sherman Boyd in the lead. Guy Jordan third in the Moto 3, Matty Davison's fourth, third in the lightweight Supersport then Dale Hyland, fourth is Buster Sherman Boyd, fifth is Bailey Dobson, sixth Johnny Parker, Marty Brown in seventh. Moto 3 then, Rossi Dobson in the lead, well it's Alfie Flynn in the lead, as we'll look back down towards Rossi Dobson still pushing. Oh, he's fishing for a move through Ringawati. When he closes it off. Gary Jordan in that third place, pulling away from Matt Davison. Ruben Sherman Boyd, look at Hubert Tomaszewski going with Ruben Sherman Boyd this time. So Ruben's last time, the gap was 0.3 of a second. Alfie Flynn with the fastest lap of 1:16.7. But we wait for Ruben Sherman Boyd. Look at Hubert Tomaszewski, only 0.4 of a second back on Ruben Sherman Boyd. So Hubert Tomaszewski is actually reeling Ruben in here this time. What a great start there for Tomaszewski's race. Alfie Flynn with a 1:16.7, Rossi Dobson a 1:17.2. And the gap was 0.3 of a second across the line. Ruben still ahead in the lightweight Supersport, but Hubert Tomaszewski is right with him. Move back to the Moto 3. It's still Alfie Flynn over Rossi Dobson. Oh, Rossi just touching that turbo with his knee. Oh, and it looked like he was going to make a move through Ringawati. He's maybe fishing. Look at Matt Davison. Matt Davison up at the front of this group now. He's ahead of Gary Jordan. But the two Supersport 400 machines. Hubert Tomaszewski riding round the outside of Ruben Sherman Boyd. Ruben's not getting it all his own way here. Ruben, he's chasing it then. Tomaszewski still looking away round Ruben Sherman Boyd. Out on the start and finish straight. Using the slipstream of the Moto 3 machine. Trying to get everything. He lost a wee bit of drive out of the top corner there. And this battle further back then. William Graham ahead of that group in the Moto 3 machine. Buster Sherman Boyd still fourth in the lightweight Supersport from Dale Hyland, having a great battle in that group. Now, through the chicane, Alfie Flynn still in the lead. There's about one bike length in it as he stretches it out ever so slightly between fairways. Rossi Dobson has to stay in the slipstream to stay anywhere near him. Oh, he goes really deep through the chicane. He's definitely fishing for something later on in this race. He's just testing the waters. How impressive is this from Hubert Tomaszewski? He's looking away past Ruben Sherman Boyd. Oh, on the drive through Ringawati. Is he going to get him through Dunsport? So the 400 race is well and truly on here as well as the Moto 3 machines go past us here. Rossi Dobson with the fastest lap of 1:16.7. But look at these pair for the lightweight Supersport title. Oh, in the slipstream. Hubert Tomaszewski just struggling ever so slightly with the weight, with the speed of that machine. I'm throwing my glasses everywhere here. Blow back out to try and see. That 250 of Carl Clancy. Carl Clancy currently 9th there on the road. He's leading the 250 race. Billy Dobson, William Graham in behind, so he's dropped. William Graham has dropped in the back of that group. That's Angela Craig away through. Johnny Parker in behind her in that lightweight Supersport, that 300 machine. Back at the front there in the Moto 3s, as they were Alfie Flynn, Rossi Dobson a wee bit closer this time. Through the chicane, look at this. He's going to look for a move up the inside at Ringawati. So Ringawati is a prime spot for overtaking on the last lap. Even round Dunsport, we've seen it yesterday. Young Joel Herr diving up the inside of Tomaszewski. But there is Alfie Flynn, Rossi Dobson in the slipstream, using his head. Ruben Sherman Boyd, I'm sure he wasn't expecting this. Hubert Tomaszewski with him. Ruben Sherman Boyd with the fastest lap of 1:16.0. But look at Matt Davison and Gary Jordan in the slipstream of Matt Davison. He needs to get past as quickly as he can. There's not many laps left in this race. Way through Dale Hyland. Buster Sherman Boyd tucked in behind, trying to get as much of that slipstream as he can. Moto 3 at the chicane. It's still Alfie Flynn. Rossi Dobson just struggling a wee bit with the drive out of the chicane, but he makes it all up on the brakes into this last chicane. Down again, you can hear just touching the limiter on them Moto 3 machines. Alfie Flynn nice and neat through Ringawati, but Rossi gets the drive out of Ringawati, heading for Dunsport, and he stays tucked in behind him. So Flynn coming on to the start and finish straight, the bike moving about a wee bit underneath him. To come down past, look at the slipstream effect for Rossi Dobson. They're side by side going into turn one. Rossi Dobson's going to repay the favour here. Ruben Sherman Boyd, no, he gets tucked in behind him, but Ruben Sherman Boyd now opening up that gap on Hubert Tomaszewski for the lightweight Supersport. Fastest lap again for Ruben Sherman Boyd at 1:16.0, but look at this. Gary Jordan and Matt Davison are still out at 0.2 of a second of a gap, and Gary Jordan just missing out on that slipstream. And Dale Hyland, Buster Sherman Boyd. Buster still struggling to get by Dale Hyland. So back at the chicane through fairways. It's still Alfie. But Rossi, look at the drive. Rossi gets really good drive between fairways on the brakes then into the chicane. He knows the last lap flag is going to get ready. Oh, he's making a move up the inside of Ringawati. We seen it coming. We knew it was going to happen, but is he too early? Last lap flag getting ready then through Dunsfort. He obviously thinks that he's going to be able to get away from Alfie on this last lap. He needs to get a gap. He needs to maintain that gap, but easier said than done. Last lap time now for this Moto3 race. Look at the ground that Alfie Flynn is catching on Rossi Dobson. Moves over, look at, they're all over the track. These pair, they're trying everything to get the better of each other. Ruben Sherman Boyd, again, that was a 1:15.1 compared to his best of 1:15.0. He's still trucking. Look at Gary Jordan now. Gary Jordan trying to get out past Matt Davison, but Matt Davison up the pace on the third lap of this race. We'll keep a close eye on that Moto3 race then. Through the chicane. It looks like Rossi is pulling away now from Alfie. Alfie Flynn settling for that second place. Get the points on the board. Late on the brakes. Look how smooth Rossi Dobson is through there. Through that chicane. Through Ringawati. Ruben Sherman Boyd following them through. So Alfie, he's done the right thing, but this is going to be a good lap time here from Rossi Dobson. Here he comes in, out onto the start and finish straight. The checkered flag is being waved. Rossi Dobson takes the win in the Moto3. Alfie Flynn, second place. And what about that? Ruben Sherman Boyd, the youngest ever rider with the most ever wins at the short circuit. 17 years of age and 101 short circuit wins. So here we go then. Matt Davison getting the better of Gary Jordan on that last lap. But what a race there for Hubert Tomaszewski. He knows he's got the pace now. And Dale Hyland getting the better of Buster Sherman Boyd. Buster just tried everything and couldn't get past Hyland at the end. Carl Clancy winning the 250 GP race. Bailey Dobson in fifth. That was William Graham fifth in the Moto3s. Wait for that's Angela Craig. It is indeed the NSR 250. Lovely sounding machine there from Angela. She's second 250 home. Johnny Parker on the Parker Transport Racing Machine. Finishes sixth in the lightweight Supersport. What a fantastic race there once again for the Moto3s and the lightweight Supersport machines. Kitty, do we have a time for getting back after lunch? Well thought out technical race that was for Rossi Dobson. Fantastic. Good to see Rossi back as well. But what about this young man? Alfie Flynn still has years of experience ahead of him. And he's battling with the greats. Hubert Tomaszewski done really well to hold on to Ruben Sherman Boyd. And another great win. So we'll go on our lunch break now, folks. And 1:45, if we can be back here for 1:45. And everybody on their posts so we can get racing. Don't forget, there will be a parade lap straight after lunch. So the parade machines will be out, I think 3 laps perhaps they're getting. So the machines will be out. We'll see these gorgeous, iconic machines once again on circuit, and then we will start racing. So everybody please back on their posts for 1:45. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. And again, plenty more spectators in. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Mid-Antrim 150 Neil and Donny Robinson Memorial Races. So lunch break over and we're ready to go back round again. So the next races in the programme, race 9, Super Twins, Production Twins and the Praying Jackson machines. If you can make your way to the holding area, and if all track personnel could please make their way to their positions, and if the stewards of the meeting could please make their way to the base of the control tower for a meeting just before we get things up and going again. But the first machines out on track will be these beautiful machines down here below us of Gene McConnell, the TZ 350 Yamaha, Smutty Robinson's Skull Bandit machine, and of course that Miller 600 machine, the CBR 600 Honda, the Miller Racing Honda. See Barry Davison down there again in the Skull Bandit leathers. They're belonging to Smutty. Got them made brand new, but unfortunately he wasn't never able to get the chance to wear them. So that 350 Yamaha just warming up there in the background. So again, just another call for all stewards. Please report to the stewards meeting room at the base of the control tower here. And if all track personnel could please make their way to their positions, we'll get the parade lap out. And then we're back round again for race 9, the Super Twins, Production Twins, and the Praying Jackson machines. And if the first race is anything to go by, this is going to be a clinker. Track temperature is up again, just over 35 degrees. Their first race this morning, it was about 29 or so. So the pace is going to be a wee bit hotter. And Christian Elkin is going to be looking for another win on his machine. But if the remainder of the Super Twins, Production Twins and Praying Jackson machines can make their way to the holding area, and we're going to see very soon these iconic machines down below us here out on track. We'll see very soon these iconic machines down below us here out on track. summer with food.
Now folks, nearly ready to go now, so could all marshals please make their way to their posts immediately? That's all marshals, please make their way to their posts as soon as you can.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the clock of the course is making her way around, doing a sweep of the track.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the clock of the course is making her way around, doing a sweep of the track.
And we're soon getting ready to go the parade lap. The machines are warming up in the background.
And we're soon getting ready to go the parade lap. The machines
Gene
are
McDonald machine there, number 16. The Yamaha, ridden by his brother Peter.
Gene McDonald machine there, number 16. The Yamaha.
Barry Davison riding Smutty Robinson's Skull Bandits, a 750 Suzuki. Sporting the number 7, lovely machine. Said earlier, it's great to see them colours out, and as well for the Miller Racing machine.
Sporting the number 7, lovely machine. Said earlier, it's great to see them colours out, and as well for the Miller Racing machine.
Looking down there.
Looking down there.
Gene McDonald's machine just getting wheeled out. Sounds really crisp, sounds lovely. It's really well set up.
Just getting wheeled out. Sounds really crisp, sounds lovely. It's really well set up.
And Pete didn't hang about yesterday during that parade lap either. So here we go, the machine's going out on track. That's Gene McDonald's Yamaha way out. Me, Smutty Robinson, 750. So just here and there, they're planning to do 3 laps before the checkered flag. So if the remainder of the Super Twins, Production Twins, and the Pre and Jackson machines can make their way to the holding area. And joining the machines there today, I see Norman Brown's RG 500. Spotted it earlier. Robin Titterington wheeling it out of the back of the motorhome. Gorgeous machine. Thanks very much for bringing it, Robin. So you can come down to the podium here and have a good look at that as well. And the Miller Racing Rotax 250 down there. Unfortunately not out on track, but we do have the Miller Racing, the 600 in the Miller's colours. So that TZ. Pete McDonald riding that lovely machine. And we'll see these machines out at the Classic Bike Festival as well, the 7th, 8th and 9th of August. It'll be a blink of an eye and we'll be back here at Bishopscourt. Some huge names coming this year once again. The event just gets bigger and bigger. Definitely not holding back on that TZ. And here comes the Miller Race machine on the Skull Bandit Suzuki. Definitely not holding back on that TZ. And here comes the Miller Race. Who's that? Oh, mate, no. Definitely not. So just another call, please, for the Super Twins, Production Twins, and the Pre and Jackson machines. Remember the parade lap, it's only over 3 laps. And you'll be going out on track pretty soon. So if the remainder of you could please make your way to the holding area. Hear that 350 coming from the whole way from the hairpin. The wind's going the right direction. You imagine over 30 of them, probably a lot more on the grid. You used to have 10 across. Yeah. Yeah. They were on the grid, I guess. No room at all, like. Yeah, I with their heats and stuff, aye. Barry Davison. I'm not sure what happened at Skull Bandit yesterday. But Barry made it round the first corner and the machine had to be retired. Possibly he forgot to turn the fuel on. But it wasn't the rider's fault at all. No. It's never the rider's fault. Always blame someone else, don't we? So again, very few bikes in the holding area. If the remainder of the Super Twins, Production Twins, And the pre-injection machines, please make your way to the holding area as quickly as possible. Another racing machine, the CBR 600. Something tells me that Barry rode that as well at one stage. I don't know if someone correct me if I'm wrong, probably am. There we go then. Checkered flag out for this one.